Very good morning, very good afternoon, and very good evening to everyone. Welcome to the 4th IAHR Young Professional Congress. My name is Philippe Gourbesville, and I'm the president of IAHR. I'm very pleased to welcome you for this new edition of this Congress, which was initiated during the pandemic period. As you know, with the mobility constraints, the virtual meetings gained serious momentum and became popular for the professional activities, but also for conferences. For IAHR, it was a priority to be able to offer activities to our younger members and to invite them to participate to virtual events. This is what we will do. So success was there from the first edition, and now the concept is becoming much more mature, and this is now a regular event for our community. Before to give the floor to the organizing committee, which has been working during the past week for these great events, I would like to introduce a little bit the activity of IAHR and try to convince you how IAHR can help you in your professional life as a young water engineers. As you have seen in the first video as an introduction, IAHR is born in 1935 with the ambition to serve as a platform for hydraulic researchers and engineers for meeting and sharing their technical issues and their good practices. Over the years, the association has enlarged its spectrum, and today IAHR is the only water association focused on innovation and engineering across all sectors of the entire water cycle. We are addressing and working on major issues like climate change mitigation, energy transition, food security, water disaster mitigation, and obviously on water digitalization, which is a major challenge for all of us. The association welcomes today more than 5,000 members all over the world, and 50% of our members are young professionals. You are the future of IAHR. The association is gathering, as you saw on the videos, 27 technical committees. Those committees are developing specific activities like workshop, training, publication, and conferences in various parts of the world. Of course, you are very welcome to join those technical committees and to participate to those activities developed for your professional network and for your competencies. In addition to those technical committees and to promote synergy among the young professionals, more than 50 local networks are active and are developing specific activities that fit your needs. So I'm strongly invite you to visit our website and to see which one is the closest one to you and try to engage discussion and partnership with them. With all of that said, I would just invite you to join IHR, obviously, and I would like to wish you a very successful Congress. Now, I would like to give the floor to David Ferras, who is chairing the organizing committee and who has prepared those 3 fantastic days. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for your introduction. I'm sharing now the screen. Let me know if you can see it. Yes, great. Thank you. Okay, so my name is David Ferras. I'm a lecturer at IHR in the Netherlands, and I'm also chair of the technical committee of IHR dedicated on education and professional development. And I was also past chair of the last edition of the Young Professionals Congress. It's therefore my pleasure to give some background about the Congress. So this idea of having an online Congress for young professionals started more than 4 years ago in the peak of the COVID pandemic. And it was an idea from the EPD committee, this Committee on Education and Professional Development. This idea was quickly endorsed and fully supported by the IHR Secretariat, who provided all the full support for the implementation of this idea. So on November 2020, the first edition was held, as I mentioned, in a very special context during COVID pandemic. But then during the following years, during the following editions, 2021, 22, this was a confirmation that the Congress was contributing to the long-standing vision of IHR to provide a forum for the young international community of hydraulic engineers working in a hydro environment, and also without the any geographical constraint. That's why the online setup. But like in any online Congress, there are many parts and many people involved in the organization of the Congress. On the one side, the organizing committee, which is a mix of EPD members and also young professionals. Then the International Scientific Committee, which is this group of experts reviewing the abstracts and also chairing sessions. And it's supported by the IHR technical committees. The sponsors, which are not only coming from industry, but also from different associations with similar interests. And then, of course, the main part, which are the authors and the participants. And they provide a great picture of the community of young professionals working in hydro environment. Talking about numbers, we can say that the Young Professional Congress is quite stable in terms of submissions. During the different years, always we received between 100, 150 abstracts that then they are presented as poster presentations. This shows how fervent is the activity of young professionals doing research advance in hydro environment. And then also in terms of attendees, so the outreach of the Congress, the impact of the Congress, it's been increasing during the past years. These are numbers from last year, but also in terms of geographical distribution, last year we got almost the perfect even distribution among continents. This is, of course, thanks to the online setup, but also thanks to the framework that the association provides. The association has more than 2,500 young professionals, supported by 54 young professional networks, and spanning 30 different countries. So IHR is by nature international, and so they're young professionals, and therefore also this Congress. If you are not a member yet, and especially if you are a young professional, I strongly encourage you, as Philippe mentioned, to visit our website, explore the benefits of becoming a member, and you will realize that all these benefits, they are well aligned with our main aim, which is to network, learn, and share knowledge within the field of hydro environment. So now I would like to pass the word to the new Congress chair, who is Michael Nons from the Polish Association of Science. Michael, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for the introduction. Yeah, I'm Michael Nons, and I'm working in the Polish Academy of Sciences in Warsaw. And I also the vice chair of the EPD committee. And from this year, I have the pleasure of the role to chair this fourth edition of the YP Congress. So, following the other speakers, this Congress aims to provide you with an online setting to present your work and to get the feedback from experts, which are involved in IAHR and then also involved in other organizations and associations which are collaborating with IAHR in promoting water science. The main idea is to network with your peers, as you will see in the next presentation as well, for developing your network and to eventually fostering your future career. The Congress is not only about presenting your own work, but also you will have some final product in terms of proceedings, which will be available in a couple of months in the IAHR online library. And also we selected some works to eventually be published in one of the IAHR journals, the Journal of Applied Water Engineering and Research. This journal is, as said, is a part of a large portfolio of journals from IAHR, which are targeting different audience, spanning from fundamental research to applied engineering, ecohydraulics, or large-scale analysis. Some of these journals are also focused on specific countries, for example, the Asian Pacific division or the Latin American division. And I also would like to bring your attention to a journal specifically developed for young professionals in Spanish and in Portuguese. So next slide, please. Going back to the numbers. I said at the beginning, we have more than 130 abstracts submitted. And so far, the registered participants are in line with the numbers that we saw for the last edition. But I also would like to remind you that we are recording this Congress, so all the recordings will be available online, so you can also have access later on this Congress. In terms of teams, we are addressing 19 different teams which are aligned with the technical committees from IAHR. And as said at the beginning, as an organizing committee, we are not the only people involved in this Congress, but we also have a lot of support from the IAHR Secretary and the International Scientific Committee, which is composed by renovated experts that helped us in reviewing the abstracts and in evaluating the work of the authors. On top of that, we have different supporters, different associations that are supporting the Congress and then are helping in promoting the Congress and in co-chairing some sessions. And we also have a sponsor which supports us in running the Congress. Next one. A few other numbers. As you can see here in this slide, we have 133 abstracts which were submitted. Some of them were rejected mostly because they were not really aligned with our teams. And as you can see on the left slide, in terms of Congress teams, we have a pretty even distribution, with water resource management, which is the main topic, which we'll be addressing during these days, along with the climate change adaptation topic. All those topics will be presented during the next 3 days in different sessions. Specifically regarding the participants, as you can see in the map, we have a pretty even distribution across the world, spanning from the Americas to Asian countries. And we also have an increasing number of submissions from Africa, which reflects the international character of the organization. And moving from this picture to some past experience of the young professionals involved in this Congress or in other IAHR activities, I would like to invite Qian, the YP representative of the Asian Pacific Division, to share her thoughts about the association, and after her contribution, also Wada Patella from the African Division will share his ideas about what are the expectations of YP representative and young professionals in general in attending this Congress. Thank you for now. Qian, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And hi, everyone. My name is Qian Yu. from China Institute of Water Resources and Hydropower Research. Also, I am the young professional representative of the Asia and the Pacific division in IAHR Council. So actually, I attended the first Young Professional Congress, and it was a very beautiful experience for me. And then as one of the members of the organizing committee of the third and the fourth YP Congress, I helped to organize these two congresses. So I think it's a very good chance for the young professional to attend our Congress. So why? Several reasons. First, it's free. Not only free of the registration fee, but also free of time. You see that you don't need to cost a lot of time on the trip to another city or the country. So I think it's a very good chance for the young professionals, especially for the students, as a startup academic congress. At the same time, you can also present your work as well as get mentoring from our mentors. As Michael has mentioned before, you see our mentors are the chairs or the vice chairs or the members of the technical committee of IAHR, and they are very experienced in your research field, such as our president, Philippe. Last year, he gave us a lot of valuable ideas to find your research direction, maybe just get a better structure of your report. That's very important. And then what we can get from attending the Congress. I think the first thing is that we can get a better oral presentation skill. You see that it's a very important lesson for the young professional, especially for the PhD student, right? So you see, for me, how to improve is that the first thing is to attend a lot of Congress, like our YP Congress, and practice more. You should learn how to structure your oral presentation according to different audience and according to different time limit. For example, our YP Congress, just 6 minutes. You should clearly show what you are doing right now, just with so limited time. That's very hard, but I think that's our Congress is a very good platform to you to practice your oral presentation. And also that the second benefit is broader vision for sure. That you see that we just divide all of these topics and titles, researches into different sessions. And within the one session that you can meet the counterparts who has the similar research fields with you, and you can get connected after the Congress. Maybe you can have the potential cooperation in the future and then broaden your networking. And I think that is why we should attend the Young Professional Congress and what they take that to me. Thank you. And then the floor is Wada, another young professional representative from Africa. Wada, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Xuan. My name is Wada Patella. I'm a YPN representative from Africa. I'm presenting from, slides are not moving. I'm presenting from a country called Botswana, which is in the southern part of Africa. I'm having a difficulty with my slides, which are not moving. But in my slides, hoping that they will move, I had presented or had laid out my experience with IHR on my second term of IHR as a youth representative from Africa. And in the slides, which are unfortunately still not moving at the moment, I was just sharing my experience as a YPN to indicate to the young professionals that we've got a platform in the IHR which connects us with the experienced and senior professionals in our field. And the one thing that I've experienced as a member is that as young professionals, we tend to not harness the amount of knowledge that we have within ourselves. Sometimes we find ourselves that we are very shy to create new networks. Oh, it's coming forth now. Yes, we find ourselves having to not harness the experience that we have within our professionals. And in the end, we stifle our research potential. We stifle the professional development that we could otherwise be benefiting from our experienced professionals. Can you please move to the next slide? Yes, what can we do now, given these challenges that we have? I hope with this Congress, we are going to harness and make sure that we can find potential collaboration partners within ourselves. And maybe in the next Congress, we could be talking about how transformative this Congress was to our research network. Can you please move to the next slide? Yes, as an African representative, I see several opportunities for this Congress. First of all, I see a link between Africa and the rest of the world. I also see an opportunity for us. Can you move to the next slide, please? I see as an opportunity to create new research networks. And further to that, I've established that we could be using this as an opportunity to appreciate the current trends in the hydro environment research. Next slide, please. May I take this opportunity to wish you an enjoyable Congress and hope that you create those resourceful networks that we can in future be talking about how transformative they were to our professional development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Qian and Wada.
Challenges.
Some people fear them.
Some run from them. Others just ignore them. We live for them. The bigger, the better.
Challenges are where legends are made,
where character and values are revealed.
Leaders step up.
Teams are galvanized.
Brother and sisterhoods are forged. And trust is earned. Where innovators thrive.
Everyday heroes prove their mettle.
Dreams become reality. And progress marches ahead. We live for challenges because a better world doesn't just happen. It has to be built.
It has to be powered,
connected,
accessible, productive,
sustainable,
safe,
secure, reliable, smart,
and equitable.
From designers and engineers to scientists and innovators, field leaders,
and skilled craft professionals.
The people of Bechtel are at work every day.
Across continents, cultures, and industries.
Finding a better way.
Making the extraordinary possible.
And bringing a better world to life.
We've done it for the last 125 years.
And we're just getting started.
Thank you. And then we can share the Congress picture for these 3 days and how it will look like. 1 second. That's the program for today. After this short opening, we will go through, we will have a keynote by Ehsan Foroumandi about how to bridge large language models and web science. And this keynote will be chaired by 2 members of the organizing committee, Gonzalo and Arianna. And then today we will have 2 sessions on climate change adaptation, 1 on groundwater hydrology management, and 1 on coastal and maritime hydraulics. All those sessions, the structure of those sessions is that we have poster presentation for the first hour, and then question and answer, and which virtual coffee break with the mentors for the other 30 minutes. And I invite all the attendees to ask questions using the Q&A part. For tomorrow, we will have a session more focused on hydraulic structure and urban drainage. And then we move to fluid mechanics and fluid hydraulics. and the last session will be about hydraulics and ecohydraulics. While for the last day, we have again other 4 sessions. The first on hydroinformatics, and then flood risk management, and the last 2 on water resources management. As I said before, all those sessions are chaired by experts. So I kindly invite you to have a look to the poster and also to interact with the experts after each session to create the network and to strike your skills as suggested by the YP representative. So with that, I invite all of you to follow as many sessions as possible, and then to also see the recordings in the IAHR library. And with this, I will pass the word to Gonzalo to introduce the keynote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. And hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here today chairing this online presentation session. And I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Ehsan Foroumandi, a research assistant and PhD student at the University of Alabama. Very good morning in Alabama, by the way. He works mixing the latest in AI and data science with traditional data simulation techniques in civil and environmental engineering. In his talk today, titled Bridging Large Language Models in Earth Science, the Dawn of ChatGPT Era, Ehsan will delve into the world of linguistic models, especially ChatGPT, and how they shake up education and research. Without further ado, let's give a warm virtual welcome to Ehsan Foroumandi. And so please, Ehsan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Hello, everyone. I am Ehsan Foroumandi, and I'm happy to be here among you today. Let me see if I can share my screen for you. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Today I'll be presenting Bridging Large Language Models and Earth Sciences, the Dawn of ChatGPT Era. Actually, this presentation is inspired by our recently published editorial letter in Water Resources Research called ChatGPT in, Okay, it's inspired by our recently published editorial paper titled ChatGPT in Hydrology and Earth Sciences, Opportunities, Prospects, and Concerns. Actually, ChatGPT and all other language models are based on artificial intelligence. And AI has been in place for over 3 decades, and I'm sure you all have heard some of its applications. However, to put it into context, a brief definition may be helpful. Artificial intelligence is actually the simulation of human intelligence in machines. And these machines are designed to learn and mimic human activities. We use artificial intelligence in different aspects of our lives. From daily lives, for example, when you use your assistants in your phone or in your homes, or when you receive an email advertising a product from a marketing agency, they choose that product for you using artificial intelligence. Also, AI has revolutionized industry from healthcare and finance to autonomous driving vehicles. And excitingly, recently, researchers have started to use AI in earth science studies. Let's get into ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a language model developed by a company called OpenAI, and it's based on artificial intelligence. Actually, it's a sophisticated chatbot which is trained using reinforcement learning, and the model beyond that is based on natural language processing. And the most important model in that is a transformer. Most of us may have recently heard these terms during the past year when we try to understand what is ChatGPT. But maybe some are not familiar with this concept, so let's at first define a few computer scientific terms in the beginning of our presentation. So say ChatGPT is a language model. A language model is an AI-based model designed to generate text resembling human languages. And it's based on natural language processing, or NLP. And NLP tries to focus on using algorithms to analyze human languages and extract meaningful information. So when you use an NLP model, your model tries to extract meaningful information from the text data or voice data that you are using to train your model. And when you use ChatGPT or other language models, you are using it through a chatbot. And a chatbot is a software application that uses natural language processing to engage in conversations with us through text or voice messages. And inside ChatGPT are all transformers, or most of the transformers, we have an attention layer. An attention layer is used to help the model, to help a neural network to concentrate on the most important features of the input data. For example, when you use a neural network to predict the stream flow, the network tries to assign some weights and biases into your data in different layers and neurons. But when you have an attention layer inside your model, this attention layer will help the model to concentrate more on, for example, precipitation, as it has more effects on stream flow. And we say ChatGPT is based on a generative model. And a generative model is a machine learning that uses a combination of supervised and unsupervised techniques to generate data, or here to generate human-like languages. So what's the difference between a generative model and other typical machine learning models? In other machine learning models, when you use the model, you actually your model tries to classify your data, or for example, to predict a value for you based on those weights and biases. But a generative model tries to learn the distribution of the input data and then to generate a new data from that distribution for you. So, and when we say ChatGPT, that GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And it's a model which is used to generate new data, as all other generative models are. And what is transfer learning? And in machine learning, transfer learning is a technique that uses knowledge gained from one task to perform better on another task, but for sure the second task should be related to the first one. And we say that ChatGPT is trained using supervised fine-tuning. And it's a technique in machine learning which helps you to train a pre-existing model using smaller labeled data. So if your model is trained based on a big data, for example, in an unsupervised manner, then you can use supervised techniques to fine-tune your model based on labeled data. Having said that, let's see again what are the bases of ChatGPT. First of all, ChatGPT is an advanced chatbot based on GPT language model. Then ChatGPT is created via a two-stage approach. So by this, I mean ChatGPT is trained in two stages. First, it is trained in an using unsupervised techniques based on text data from internet, papers, books, and some other sources owned by OpenAI. And after that, the trainers of OpenAI have prepared some labeled data to fine-tune the model on those labeled data and to make the model work better and improve its efficiency. GPT-3 having around 175 billions of parameters is one of the largest language models out there, and it's trained using 570 gigabytes of text data. So you may think 570 gigabytes is not that much, because right now I have around 1 terabytes of data on my laptop or on my computer. But it's good to know that 1 page of text data is around 20 kilobytes. So 570 gigabytes of text data will be around 250 millions of pages, and that's a lot. Also, after GPT-3, OpenAI has launched GPT-4, which is more stable with better performance, and it has 10 times more parameters than GPT-3. And having all, ChatGPT tries to leverage its huge data to answer our questions with more realistic responses. So now we know what is ChatGPT and the background of it. But what are the applications of ChatGPT in earth sciences for us, for young professionals in earth sciences? So here I've divided the applications into 2 main categories, programming and writing. Let's start from programming. Many researchers in our fields lack strong background in programming languages, or most of us only know 1 programming language. So ChatGPT can help us with this by providing different helpful features, from generating simple codes for us, debugging the codes, explaining syntaxes, or let's say you want to upload your code onto GitHub and you need to add some comments on it before doing it. ChatGPT can help you to add some professional ones. Also, ChatGPT can provide explanations for errors, bugs, and their causes, and it can offer you some potential solutions to solve those errors. And it also can help you to complete your code. For example, if you have developed an LSTM model to forecast precipitation, and you need to add a new deep learning layer, for example, and a dropout layer, you can provide ChatGPT with your code and ask it to add the layer for you. Or it can help you to change the learning rate of the LSTM or change the activation function of it. Also, you can use ChatGPT as a tool to learn programming languages. For example, you can ask ChatGPT to give you some lessons about JavaScript or R. But we should know that ChatGPT makes lots of mistakes when it comes to programming. So we should be careful when we use ChatGPT for our programming tasks. Let's say if you have a shape error in your code, ChatGPT may introduce a zeros array with the required shape to solve your problem. Actually, we had this experience and we had this problem. In an experience, we asked ChatGPT to develop a code to load some satellite remote sensing images, and then to develop a model using those images to predict a variable. And after that, add some post-processing steps to the output of the model. When we ran the code provided by ChatGPT, we got a shape error. And actually, the outputs of the model were in the shape of, let's say, 5 times 5, but the post-processing parts required the shape to be in the shape of, for example, 7 by 7. When we provided ChatGPT with the error and asked it to correct the code, after a few attempts, ChatGPT added a zeros NumPy array into our code. And as you can imagine, the error was solved, but the results were not correct. So we suggest that when you want to use ChatGPT in your programming tasks, at first it's good that you have an at least intermediate knowledge in that programming language. And when you got the code from ChatGPT, you should check it line by line to be sure that it's working correctly. And when it comes to writing, although ChatGPT can assist you with writing tasks, you should not rely it as the sole source of content. So you should not ask ChatGPT to write, for example, the introduction section of your paper or to write an essay for your homework, but you can use it as a co-pilot for editing, rewarding, or enhancing your vocabulary. But we should be aware again that ChatGPT sometimes makes grammatical mistakes in its writings. So you need to ask an expert to help you, or you need to use a grammar checker after using ChatGPT to solve those issues. Also, ChatGPT can be used to extract critical information. For example, you can give ChatGPT a text or a manuscript and ask it to tell you the 5 most important points in the text, or to answer a question based on a text, and it will do it good. But there's another issue with ChatGPT, and that's when you engage in scientific arguments with ChatGPT, it changes its responses. Actually, in an experiment, we asked ChatGPT what is the relationship between shortwave radiation and precipitation in humid regions. At first, ChatGPT told us that increasing shortwave radiation will increase precipitation, and it gave us a few physically based rules to support the answer. But when we replied ChatGPT that I think you are not correct, it changed the answer and it said, yeah, sorry, increasing shortwave radiation will decrease precipitation. And it gave us some other physically based rules to convince the response. Although the physical rules in both responses seemed reasonable, but it changed the argument. Also, this is because ChatGPT is trained to be polite and to put the blame on itself when it is in a discussion with you. And that's why you can see people out there on social media, they share their experiences, convincing ChatGPT to say 2 + 2 = 5. Also, ChatGPT can give completely inaccurate references. Before the recent developments, when you ask ChatGPT to give you some references for the information, it would generate some totally inaccurate references, which looked realistic. For example, the reference had the author's name, the name of the journal, the publication date, even the pages of publication. But when you searched for that, there was not such a paper out there. But right now, ChatGPT has access to search on the internet through Bing. But again, the references are not that much accurate, and I'm almost sure that if you search it by yourself, you can find much better sources. So now we are in artificial intelligence era. What should we do? Here we have some suggestions. First, we suggest to use AI detectors. Professors, teachers, instructors, and all the persons who are working with text, we suggest to use AI detectors to understand that if that text is generated by human or AI. But again, here we should know that these AI detectors can also make mistakes because they are again models. And as ChatGPT and other models can make mistakes, these AI detectors can also make mistakes because they are only trained to calculate the probability of if a text is an AI-generated text or a human-generated text. So they can also make mistakes. Also, we suggest to instruct reviewers, we need to have some videos and courses to teach our reviewers what are these tools, what are their limitations, and how can they be sure that a new manuscript is correct and reasonable based on their own background knowledge. Also, we suggest avoiding overload. We actually expect that the number of submitted manuscripts will increase in the coming months or years because ChatGPT helps researchers to code easier and to write better. And that's why we think that the number of submitted papers will increase. And we suggest that the publishers should not increase the number of published papers only because the number of submitted manuscripts are increased. Also, we should look ahead. We suggest that our schools and universities should add some courses about artificial intelligence, about the models, and about these language models to teach our students what are the limitations of these models and how to use them correctly. That's how that's how it will make our life easier in the future. Recently, OpenAI has made some developments on ChatGPT and its tools, which I think it's worth mentioning a few of them here. First of all, before that, you could only engage in conversation with ChatGPT only through text, but now you can use images and voices and ask ChatGPT to do a task for you based on that image or to do something for you. Also, OpenAI has added a new model called DALL-E, which is able to create new images for you. For example, you can ask DALL-E to create an image of a man who is walking in Paris and it's raining and he's enjoying his time. And actually, I asked DALL-E to do it, and here's the image. It really looks realistic. You can see the man laughing and enjoying his time. You can see the Eiffel Tower in the background. And also you can see umbrella in his hand, wet street, which show that it's raining. You can also see the raindrops on his clothes, which I think it's really interesting to have this much of details in the image. Also, they have extended the knowledge cutoff dates, and knowledge cutoff date for GPT-4 was September 2021, and now it's April 2023. But what is knowledge cutoff? It's actually the date that model is trained on the data available until that date. So now GPT-4 is trained on the data which are available until April 2023. Another interesting feature is code interpreter. Before that, you could only ask ChatGPT to give you some code for a task. But right now, you can ask it to run the code by itself. For example, you can upload a CSV file of a temperature time series of a place and ask it to analyze the data for you. And after a few moments and analyzing it, ChatGPT will tell you, for example, based on Mankindal trend test, the time series contains statistically significant increasing trend, and the mean value is that, and the max value is this. But I suggest not to do it because, again, you don't know the code that ChatGPT has developed in the background and it's running it. So it's better to ask for the code and check it again line by line, and you can easily run it by yourself. And the most amazing feature that has been added recently, I think, to me actually, is building custom GPTs. Actually, now you can customize GPTs. You can ask ChatGPT to customize a GPT-4 for you for a special task, for example, for developing Python code or for a writing task. And what happens here, based on the concepts that we defined in the beginning of this presentation, they will fine-tune GPT-4 based on the data which are related to the task that you ask for. And the performance of the model will become better in that specific task. Using language models have some responsibilities and ethical issues that's worth mentioning a few of them here. First of all, we should know that there is a big difference between an academic author versus a person or a writer, a person who only writes. An academic author should accept the responsibility of what he or she writes. So when you write something, when you write an essay for your homework, or when you write a paper, you need to accept the responsibilities. You should be open for discussion. You should know to the best of your knowledge it's true, but you cannot expect a model to accept the responsibilities. I remember when people started to use ChatGPT in doing research and in academia, some researchers suggest that we should acknowledge the model's name among the authors. But it was not acceptable because you cannot expect the model to accept the responsibilities of what it writes. In the best case, it will tell you, sorry, and it will change the results, or it will change the discussion. The next point is about confidential information. And as you may know, these models may store your sensitive data, so you should be aware of that. And the verification of information and limitations of artificial intelligence we covered during this presentation, and we discussed them. Also, we should use AI as a complementer, not as a replace. So we should not ask ChatGPT or artificial intelligence-based models to do a task solely for us. For example, we should not ask them to do our homework or to write the introduction of our paper. We should use them as a tool. So here, the responsibility of using a tool is by the person who uses the tool, not the tool itself. We also suggest having open dialogues. People and students should engage in open discussions freely and speak about using these artificial intelligence techniques. And through this, they will learn the limitations and the correct way to use these models. Also, I suggest to develop some guidelines and regulations and ask students or academics or researchers to adhere to these policies. Thank you for your time, and thank you for having me here. I'm open for any question or suggestion.
Thank you, Ehsan. Thank you so much. I think we have a question for you in the Q&A, and the question regards the use of ChatGPT or BARD as alternative for making a presentation, PowerPoint presentation. How do you position yourself in that? Like, although there is, although there is no mention if presentation for like teaching oriented or more like high scientific content, but then maybe you can discuss a bit on that.
Actually, I tried that, and you can ask ChatGPT to give you the PowerPoint code for a presentation, and you can tell the ChatGPT your title, or you can give it your text and ask it to actually create that presentation for you or to create that PowerPoint file. But I think it's too simple to be used in a classroom or to use it as your final presentation file, and you need to add some animations or images into it. But I think it's a good start, actually.
Perfect, thank you, Ehsan. I think that we have another question from Komana Bojina. Answer. I think that he's asking if, apart from ChatGPT, there is another example of virtual assistant for article writing to improve accuracy of grammar in article. Could you provide us with another example apart from maybe ChatGPT and BARD?
Yeah, actually, there are lots of language models there, like Perplexity, that can do the academic writings for you. And there are lots of others that, and every day, different companies launch new tools. But for grammar checking, I would suggest Grammarly instead of using these language models.
Okay, thank you. I agree with Grammarly. It's very nice, and it provides very useful, and sometimes it's simplifying the language too much. Okay, I think we have a lot of questions now, which makes it harder. Okay, IS is asking, why cannot we use ChatGPT for predicting parameters in model? Although we have exact predictions. I don't know if you can read the question as well, Ehsan, because it's not very clear for me. It's Hi, why can't we use ChatGPT for the codes, for the models to predict any parameter?
Sorry, let me find it. It's in Q&A?
Yes, it is.
Oh, yeah. Hi, why can't we use ChatGPT for the codes?
Or maybe Gonzalo wants to enter the discussion.
Okay, I think how can we use ChatGPT for the codes or the models to predict any parameters? Actually, I think the question is about the part that I told you should ask for the code and not expect ChatGPT to run it for yourself, and about that feature that has been recently added. That's because, as I said, it may have some mistakes in the code that you will not get errors, or the outputs may look like your observation. But again, you are not sure what is happening inside the code. There may be a new layer that you don't expect that to be there, or maybe it didn't normalize the data. A lot of outputs are good, but they are not scientifically correct. That's why I suggested not to do it.
Yes, I agree, especially with the in that they look like good answers, but not always the best ones. And we have another question from Michel Flores. He says, artificial intelligence will accelerate research. Would it be correct to use artificial intelligence in the writing of articles, giving us conditions, the bibliographic source, citation formats, etc.?
I think we can use artificial intelligence as a co-pilot. So you can write your own passage, or you can write the paragraph and then ask ChatGPT to make it more readable. Or, for example, you can ask about the connection between the variables, but you should not rely on it. You should check other peer-reviewed papers or other books to be sure that what it's telling you is totally correct. Because as I mentioned during the presentation, sometimes it changes the responses. And about the citations and bibliographic sources, ChatGPT is not good, but there are other language models that has recently launched, and you can use them, and they give you again sources and citations. And also there are some new websites that you can find the main paper in an area of research, and then and you can use it and find its, for example, citations, or use the bibliographic of its sources. But again, I think that we cannot expect the artificial intelligence to write that paper for us.
Thank you. I think we have time for one last question. 1 minute. If you can then share in the chat maybe, or then we can share it with everyone, some sources, some website where they compare between ChatGPT and similar tools like Bard, if you have something to share with the audience, because I don't think we have enough time to answer these questions. So then if you can post it to either of us, then we can share it with everyone. And
okay. Sure, I will do it then.
Okay. And I would say that we just thank you so much for being with
Thank
us
you.
and for sharing a bit of your knowledge and experience with ChatGPT. And I think we're not expecting a co-authorship from it anymore in the future,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Thank you for having me. And the main message of my presentation was to use these AI models correctly and to know the limitations of them. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Ehsan. So, Michael, if you want to introduce the first session of the day.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Ehsan. Also from my side, I will pass the word to the host of the next session, David and Qian. So David, if you would like to start this first technical session on climate change adaptation. David, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Michael. So yeah, it's my pleasure to kick off this afternoon sessions with a focus on climate change adaptation. Together with Yu Qian, we'll be hosting the session. And on the other side, we have the chairs, which is Natalia Garcia, project manager from Acciona Engineering from Spain. And on the other side, Kenichiro Kobayashi, associate professor at Kobe University in Japan. Before passing the word to them, I would like to remind that we have around 10 posters to be presented. They shouldn't last more than 5 minutes. And at the end, we'll have some time for discussion. Said that, I would like now to pass the floor to, or the screen to, or the mic to the chairs, Kenichiro and Natalia. So the mic is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Natalia, are you there? I think she's not.
Yeah, I see that she's an attendee. We need to promote her as panelist, so then she can use the mic. So Natalia, we will promote you now as panelist. Please accept when you are asked to be promoted. You need to accept, and then you will be able to use the mic and the camera.
Since we don't have time, we can start right now, maybe.
Yeah, now she's in.
But she's there. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Professor Kenny, so if you don't mind,
you can
please.
Kenny's fine.
You can begin.
Okay. Yeah. Should I share the session or you can do it?
No, please.
Okay. So I am Ken Kobayashi from Kobe University, Japan. I'm very much glad to chair this session. Thank you very much. Natalia, can you introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Natalia Garcia. I'm from Spain. I'm forest engineer for the Polytechnic University of Madrid. And I have been working since 23 years ago, first in topic related with river restoration and environmental impact assessment, and both in conducting project and conducting monitoring on sites. And in the last 5 years, I had been also working in climate change associated with the environmental impact assessment project of big infrastructures, mainly dams and channels and all things related, especially with water. So for me, it's a pleasure to be here, supporting you and helping you. And I have to say from the very beginning that thank you for your contribution. You have done excellent work, and it's great news to have a new pool of new researchers in this topic. So please, Mr. Kobayashi, it's your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I am Ken Kobayashi from Kobe University, Japan. My specialization is flood modeling and climate change research. I'm a member of technical committee on climate change adaptation. Okay. Since we don't have time, we should start right now. I think each of us has, each of the presenters has 6 minutes, I think. Is it correct? The first speaker is from Portugal, Mr. Espinosa Luis Angel. The floor is yours. Please start your presentation.
Thank you, Professor Kobayashi. My name is Luis Angel. I'm from Portugal. I'm a postdoc researcher in climate studies at Instituto Superior Técnico. And today I'm gonna share with you what I've developed during this year related to heat waves here in Portugal, but using reanalysis data, because in Portugal, as in many other countries, there's a lack of complete records. So this also validated data from the ERA-LAN 5, and I'm not sure if I'm sharing. I am not really. Is everyone really my poster? I am not seeing my poster.
Yeah, I am sharing, but it's loading. So wait a moment.
Okay. So thank you once again for being here, and I need just to wait a bit until the poster is fully. Or Qian, do you want me to share my screen, or do you do it?
Okay, maybe you can try it.
Do you see it correctly now? Okay. So what I was mentioning, this study analyzed heat waves in Portugal. We took 9 locations, which we assume to be representative for the climatology in Portugal. And these 9 locations across the country were selected because there are few temperature records. So we tried to validate these alternate data to ground-based records. And after we analyzed the heat waves using the heat wave magnitude index, we applied a kernel occurrence rate estimator, just to check what are the trends from Portugal. So we started from 1980, which is the start of this data set, and it finished until I mean, it's still going on, but the analysis finished in 2021. So as we can see, in blue we have the complete time series, but in red it is the occurrence of the heat wave days of maximum temperature. So at the beginning, and these values are heat wave days per year. So at the beginning of this analyzed period, we started with more or less 10 or 15 heat waves days per day, but more recently we are at this, so almost at 30 heat wave days of per year. So that means that for Portugal, at least 1 month is fully covered of heat wave, or is showing heat wave days. And the conclusion is that this study identifies a consistent rise in the heat wave days of maximum temperature in Portugal. So we can also see some spatial variations, but there's a generalized increase in the heat wave days. So one of the next things that that we would like to assess, it is how the increase of the heat wave days in Portugal, they are linked to some other major climate drivers, such as the North Atlantic Oscillation. And this poster is based on a publication that just came this year. So here's the bibliography, but if you don't remember, just Google heat waves Portugal ERA 5 land, and you will find this paper that we published in August this year. So feel free to ask questions in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Should we have, sorry, I have to ask a organizer, should we have the question for each part, each presentation, or should we have the question at the end altogether?
Yeah, normally the questions and the discussion comes at the end after all the presentations from all the speakers.
Okay, then we should go to the next presentation right now. We'll ask you later. Thank you. So next speaker is Kocha Luichit from
Yes, good evening.
About assessing crop yield response to. Please.
Yeah, so is this screen being shared or should I do it?
If
I am sharing the screen. Would you please to try to share because Teams is still loading?
Okay, fine. So is it visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so I am Ruchit. So good evening, everybody. I am Ruchit Kochar from Indian Institute of Technology, Jodhpur, India. I am going to present my work named as Assessing Crop Yield Response to Compound Hydroclimatic Extremes in Arid Region. So the arid regions in India face a growing threat from the combined impacts of hydroclimatic extremes, including prolonged droughts and extreme heat events. These events have devastating consequences for agriculture in India, affecting crop yields and food security. In the last few years, India has experienced a substantial increase in the frequency and severity of heat waves and droughts. Primarily, these are due to greenhouse gas-induced warming and human activities. Understanding how compound hydroclimatic extremes affect crop yields is crucial for devising adaptive strategies that can ensure food security and sustainable agriculture in arid regions. However, the impact of compound hydroclimatic extremes such as simultaneous droughts and heat waves on crop yields during Kharif and Rabi seasons remain inadequately understood. Here we analyze the changes in 19 different crop yields categorized as Kharif and Rabi crops over the arid region of Rajasthan. Using the observed dataset from 1985 to 2005, our analysis reveals a conspicuous and robust correlation between the production of Kharif crops and variations in temperature and precipitation in the region. We found that the Kharif crops sown in the monsoon season and harvested in the autumn exhibit high sensitivity to compound hydrological extremes. The yield of Kharif crops reduced significantly due to drought and heatwave in the region. However, the scenario is notably different when we analyze the Rabi crops. We found that the correlation between the crop production and climatic variables such as precipitation and temperature is comparatively weaker. The Rabi crops seem to less influenced by fluctuations in temperature and precipitation. The poor correlation could be attributed also to uh, uh, the Rabi crops seem to be less influenced by fluctuations in the temperature and environmental changes. Moreover, the poor correlation between the crop yields and climatic variables may be associated with human-intensive irrigation and less precipitation in the region. Overall, the Kharif crops in the region are more vulnerable due to compound extremes compared to Rabi crops. Therefore, more efforts need to be made for the climate resilient kharif crops in the region. That is from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. We will have the presentation question at the end of the presentation, all the presentations. Okay. Okay, please. Next presenter is Bandam Rupani. Mr. Please. Can you hear me, Mr. Bandam? Hello. I cannot hear the voice. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't see him as panelist. I'm wondering if he's at least as attendee, and then if you are an attendee, please raise your hand, and then we'll promote you as panelist. Can you see him, Qian, in the list of panelists, of attendees?
I can not listen well. Are you going to upgrade the panelist? Or?
Yeah, this is Qian Yu will do that if she can see him
okay.
as attendee. So Qian, I'm asking you, can you see him as attendee?
No, he's not here right now.
Okay, so if the speaker is not here, maybe we can move to the next one.
Okay. The next presenter is Mr. Gupta Rishi. Are you here?
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
So Gupta, can you please inform me which is your presentation? So I will open it and share it.
This is impact of climate change. And the poster
I
you are
don't see it
currently
in the
on,
list.
just above that.
Which one? Okay, great. There it is.
Yes, this one only. Yes. So should I start?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello everyone. I am Rishi Gupta from Indian Institute of Technology, Jammu. The topic of today's presentation is impact of climate change on hydroclimatic extremes in Brahmaputra River basin under 2 degree and 3 degree Celsius global warming level. With the word climate, it is inherent that it will change. But the concerning issue is the alarming rate at what it is happening. So what we have understood till now, the global rise in temperature is resulting into change in more approximately all meteorological variables, including precipitation, wind circulation, and other climatic variables. In a study, it was that each unit rise of temperature will result into approximately 7% increase in water holding capacity of air, which will further get condensed and result in more precipitation. However, in some studies, it was observed that this increase in precipitation is subjected to spatial variability in terms of magnitude and in terms of its duration. So we have chosen the area of Brahmaputra River Basin, which lies in the Southeast Asia, and is subjected to frequent floods, which are which are of a nature of longer duration of sometimes more than 15 to 20 days. So for this study, we have chosen the Indian and Bhutan catchment of the Brahmaputra River Basin, which is experiencing approximately 80% of the rainfall, which is contributing to the Brahmaputra River Basin. Here in this study, we have used the latest CMIP-6 models provided by Professor Mishra, which was already bias corrected and downscaled for Southeast. Further, we have divided our regional climate model into warming periods with the use of moving window of 30 years. We have calculated 2-degree warming and 3-degree warming periods from the pre-industrial era, and here all the 13 models we can see with their range of all 30-year period for 2-degree warming and 3-degree warming for SSP 245 and 585 scenarios. Further, we have calculated 10 different precipitation indices for precipitation magnitude, frequency, and duration. These indices are given by ETCCDI, which are broadly used in the field of climate change adaptation. We have used a post-ensembling model, post-ensembling AMME method for our further calculations. This is the flowchart which is showing the workflow of our study. Here we have done some uncertainty analysis with the Taylor's plot, and we have got to know that the individual climate models were showing results in the correlation of around 0.7 to 0.75. The ensemble product was providing a correlation of more than 0.8 for the base period. Coming to the results part, in the figure 3, we can see the change in multiple climate this precipitation and runoff indices, the percentage change in magnitude for 2-degree warming, 3-degree warming, early future and far future, and we can observe that the 99.5 percentile rainfall events are expected to increase more than 70% in far future. Whereas coming to the duration, the duration of the number of days more than 20 mm rainfall was observed to be increased by 30% in the far future scenarios. Coming to the low flow and high flow, low flows are expected to be decreased in the winter season, whereas in the monsoon season, the high flows are expected to rise around 30% in the far future scenarios. The next plot, which is figure 4, it is showing the seasonal analysis of high flows, where we can see the winter flows are subjected to decrease in the SSP 245 scenario, which is a greener way. But for the fossil fuel way, most of the high flows are increasing in pre-monsoon, monsoon, and winter periods. Coming to the seasonal changes in flood wave characteristics, which we have already discussed, that the basin experiences long duration frequent floods. So we have calculated on the based of threshold criteria for flood identification. We have calculated flood wave duration and number of flood waves, where we can identify the duration of flood wave is expected to rise to up to 40 to 45 days in the catchment in pre-monsoon and monsoon season, and the number of flood waves are expected to rise up to 8 to 9 days, from 9 to 10 days in pre-monsoon and monsoon season for observed period, early future and far future. Coming to figure 6, we have combined the precipitation magnitude and precipitation duration, and we have identified that with the spatial plot, with increase in temperature, we can identify a cluster of increased pixel in the midstream region for precipitation duration, while precipitation magnitude was increased in the upstream basins, subbasins. So for my overall conclusions, what I have got from the study that precipitation magnitude was increased more around 60% in the upstream subcatchments, on a significantly with the p-value of less than 0.05. And precipitation duration was increased more than 40% in midstream catchment, significantly with a confidence level of 95 percentile. Annual high flows was also increased by 60% in far future year 2071 to 2100, which is far future scenario. And the last conclusion which I have drawn is the average flood wave duration was reached up to 25 days by the end of this century. And similarly, the flood wave duration is also projected to increase up to 9 to 10 days. That's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. So we now move to the next presentation by Mr. Mona Gaofori. Ms. Mona Gaofori, please.
The second author is here. I think she is Lee.
Lee. So, Ms. Lee, please, if you can. Okay. So they aren't here.
Seems he leaves the Zoom. Maybe we can move to the next speaker.
Okay. The next speaker is Mr. Lidl Ramona, Ms. Lidl Ramona.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. All right. So hello, everyone. I'm Ramona Riedl. I'm studying environmental sciences at the TU Braunschweig in Germany. And I'm presenting my students' research project where I did numerical simulations to explore the water stress on urban trees. Urban trees enhance life quality in cities by reducing air temperature, air pollution, and surface runoff. The most important process is transpiration due to photosynthesis, but prolonged droughts can negatively affect tree vitality and consequently reduce the ecosystem services of these trees. To support decision-making and climate change adaptation, it's important to assess and predict tree vitality during such dry seasons. Here we use the LFV Brook 90 model and implementation in R of the known Brook 90 model. We simulated ecohydrological signatures like evaporation, transpiration, and interception for the pedunculate oak tree in the main road in the city of Braunschweig in Germany. For the simulation period from 2012 to 2021, we used climate data from our climatological station here in Braunschweig, and the tree was parameterized using values taken from literature. In a second step, we explored how varying the parameters affected the interplay of different plant traits on the ecohydrological signatures of the tree. These ecohydrological signatures were then linked to the tree's vitality to assess if the tree species will still thrive under the conditions of climate change. As a result, the evapotranspiration ranges between 420 millimeters and 670 millimeters per year, with an average of 517 millimeters. That's the red dashed line in the figures 1 and 3 to have an orientation. As in the figure 1, you can see the varied parameters. We won't have time to discuss all of them. So the most important one was the maximum leaf conductivity, which is a measure for the exchange of water vapor and CO2 between the leaves and the atmosphere. So in figure 2, we need to concentrate on the orange parts of the bars, which is the transpiration deficit. The transpiration deficit is the difference between the potentially possible transpiration and the actual transpiration, which is lower because of reduced water availability. So transpiration deficit is an index of water stress for the tree. So as we can see on the right, in the original simulation where the maximum leaf conductance was 6.3 millimeters per second, the tree, there was a high transpiration deficit. So the tree had drought stress, whereas on the left, with a lower leaf conductance for another hypothetical tree species, there's less transpiration deficit. So we can say that with a lower leaf conductance, the tree's ability to cope with prolonged droughts improves. Another parameter we looked at was the beginning of the bud burst. So when the tree gets its leaves later in the year, on another day of the year, as shown in figure 3, the total evapotranspiration is less. So this is a measure if we choose a tree species which bud bursts later, the tree will need less water to survive. So to conclude, these interplay of different plant traits played a large role on the tree's vitality and are important to, and it's important to know their connections to choose the right species that will thrive in changing climate. And these desirable sets of traits can be deduced using explorative numerical simulations, as shown here. A clear lack of this study was a limitation was the lack of field observations, but this will be addressed by future work where in the Climax project, data will be collected on the ecohydrological and tree vitality of the trees. Yes, that was it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. The question is in the end, so we'll move to next presentation. And the next presentation is from Qian Yu.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Awesome. So I'm Jan Kalbich. I'm a PhD candidate at UNSW Sydney. Our journey now will take us to southeastern Australia. With 88,000 hectares, the Guyini is one of the largest wetland restoration projects worldwide. The wetlands are located at the lower end of the Murrumbidgee, Australia's second longest river, with about 1,700 kilometers or 1,100 miles, within the important Murray-Darling Basin. And you can see this on the map on figure 1 on the poster. The Guyini is home of many threatened and endangered native Australian species, including huge waterbird breeding sites. But the wetlands are also culturally significant as they support a rich Aboriginal heritage going back up to 60,000 years. A century of dam constructions and water diversions, mainly for irrigation agriculture, have impacted river flows in the Murrumbidgee, increasingly exacerbated by climate change. A previous study has found that 80% of the Guyini has already been destroyed or heavily degraded. For example, the number of waterbirds has decreased by about 90% between 1980s and the 2000s. About 10 years ago, the Guyini properties were purchased for about $125 million by the national and state governments. And after more than 150 years of dispossession, the Guyini was then finally handed back to its indigenous owners, the Ngari people, in late 2019. However, how fair is it really for the Ngari if the land once taken from them is now returned in a highly degraded state? We aim to figure out how river regulation has affected river flows and wetland inundation and investigated future effects due to climate change. Our overarching goal was to guide environmental water management to restore this once magnificent ecosystem. We found that over the last 30 years, annual flows have gone down by 55% on median relative to modeled natural flows. And you can see this on figure number 2. We projected river flows to decrease by an additional 5 to 14% between 2047 and 2075 due to climate change. We also found that the annual number of days above the major flood threshold has already decreased by 84% due to river regulation, which practically means that instead of 11 days on an annual average of major floods per year, we would get only now something like 2 days. And this number is projected to decrease to just about 1.5 days per year on average until 2075. And you can see this on figure number 3. These major flood events are particularly important for the wetlands. In conclusion, we've seen that the Guyini wetlands are severely threatened mainly by river regulation as well as increasingly by climate change impacts. However, we can take action by managing water more efficiently and second, by providing sufficient environmental flows to the wetlands. By doing so, we can A, conserve and restore extremely valuable habitat for native flora and fauna, B, mitigate climate change because wetlands are the planet's most efficient carbon sinks, and C, and assist the indigenous owners with data to inform their land and water management and hopefully provide some justice to the Ngari people. Finally, while I presented here one specific case study, challenges like this exist all over the planet, particularly in arid and semi-arid environments, where water is scarce and freshwater ecosystems are invaluable habitat and refuge here. Thank you so much for listening, and please feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Question is in the end, so that we should move to next presentation right now. Okay. Next presenter is Mr. Fernandez Alberto. By the way, please, participants, please make a question at the Q&A icon. Then we can take your questions later in the question time. So, Mr. Fernandez, are you here?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, you can hear you. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for hosting. My name is Alberto Fernandez. I am a PhD candidate at IAHR Cantabria. I don't know if you can see the presentation. Can you see it? So I cannot see it on my screen.
At least I can see your presentation.
Okay, cool. So today I'm going to talk about the implementation of flexible adaptation strategies as an optimal approach for climate change adaptation of coastal infrastructures, which is part of my PhD research. So why are we focusing on coastal infrastructures, coastal promenades, seawall, ports, dikes, and so on? This is because they are really close to the seaside, and they are really exposed to a number of climate hazards such as winds, stream sea level, waves, stormy nets, and so on, which are going to be severely affected by climate change and sea level rise. Jointly with this, there are several studies that demonstrate that high percentage of world's population live around these coastal areas. This makes them highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and those hazards. So we can see that they are kind of like the first barrier for a lot of people against these climate change effects. That's why we make the focus on this. The problem is that with climate change, we are pretty certain about the uncertainty of it. We don't know how the intensity and how the rapidness of it it's gonna happen. And also, if we take into account all the socioeconomic volatility in an uncertain world, this makes that the traditional rigid adaptation approaches, they are not optimal anymore because they may create some lock-in situations or derive unintended consequences like what we call the maladaptation. Because of this, we are utilizing some new paradigms that have emerged to deal with these uncertainties. They have the commonalities of consideration of flexible and adaptation strategies as optimal ones. So our methodology, it's a step-by-step methodology that starts with a risk assessment of the infrastructure, the climate change risk assessment with the three parts: exposure, the vulnerability, and the hazard assessment. That allows us to identify the hotspots or the elements in our infrastructure that may be prone to these climate change impacts. With this, we are able to identify a number of adaptation options, and we kind of characterize them in terms of like the risk reduction and the impact reduction and the cost of them. So they are traditional, rigid, let's say structural measures, but we are considering also some not like what we call the soft measures as well. And this procedure, it's following a full probabilistic approach. We are considering several sea level rise levels, several model realizations, different RCPs to capture this uncertainty. With all this, we are able to set up what we call the monitoring strategy. First, what we do is we evaluate combination of hazards. As we can see here in the picture, we are evaluating wave heights, winds, sea levels, and so on. And we evaluate how the variation of them is related to the variation with the impacts on our infrastructure, and kind of like see which of them trigger critical impacts for them. What we do, it's kind of like correlate the variation of hazards and the variation of impacts in order to establish the variables that we want to follow in the future, that we want to monitor in the future. And we establish levels for those hazards triggering this impact. So we kind of like establish some thresholds for it. Jointly with the previous adaptation measures that we have kind of like pre-developed, we are able to manage with adaptation / monitoring strategy. And we have been able to give this to some policymakers in order to set up this kind of like metro maps that we have on the right part of the presentation, in which if any of the hazard variables increases above our thresholds, this means that we need to apply new adaptation measures to kind of like jump from one solution to the other. So the monitoring strategy would be basically to have kind of like a portfolio of adaptation measures ready, and also monitoring strategy telling the policymakers which variables should be monitored and which values should trigger for further adaptation. So yeah, we have kind of like developed a powerful tool that we have applied for ports, as we can see here in the north of Spain, but also at some coastal communities in the Canary Islands. And it's kind of like extremely useful for planners and decision makers, as this allows them to allocate the resources and have them ready to implement adaptation measures just when and where necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation. So now we move to Mr. Mufanda Kunukwa.
Fanakua is the case.
Yes, it is. Ozaniruka. Ozaniruka. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
No worries.
Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'll start with an anecdote. Professor Joseph Hanlon, a mentor of mine, once said that the ideal is the worst enemy of the well-made. This statement sets the stage for our discussion today on sustainable development and large infrastructure projects. Ladies and gentlemen, so my name is Luca Ossani, and I welcome you to the presentation of my MSc dissertation. It's a research that evaluates and discusses conceptions that are clashing of sustainable development through a sociological lens, focusing on knowledge and risk. Knowledge creation, especially, and dissemination, engage with expert opinions, while risk framing and relative mitigation measures are taken as a litmus paper to a specialist assessment-based policy. Furthermore, it aims to offer valuable considerations concerning self-determination and history-making at a state level, a state that operates in the context of a developing country, that of present-day Mozambique. I'd like to focus on the methodologies employed and review some of the findings with you to cover how I came to formulate the need of an up-to-date perspective on this subject. First of all, the scope of the study needed to be narrowed down, so technical assessments linked to climate adaptation funds were focused upon, given the crucial importance that these hold in the decision-making process and fate of such project. Environmental social impact assessments, or ESIAs, and resettlement action plans conducted by international institutions, regulating bodies, and validators were called into questions, so currently done by the IAHR, or former World Commission dams. In the social sciences, the rule, tell me what's your method and I'll predict your findings, is, well, first of all, true, and also what the dissertation is investigating. By enlightening the observer stance, or our stance, we discovered the interests that are looming of searching for a sensed explanation that sort of validates them. And that's the reflexive methodology that we learned in the qualitative methods course while at my master's. Too often, this mirrors the policies and industry sector interests, and the idea of development and the underlying present conception of sustainability entail that the underdeveloped people ought to interiorize lessons learned by others, or those who have done it before, and adopt these solutions. In doing so, however, a political question remains: sustainability for whom? We observe a country with compelling urgencies facing the compulsions of global governance interests. Okay, so speaking of the methodology employed, this took the shape of a gathering of international experts' opinions, as well as at the local level, to have a pulse of the project on the ground. A data-adherent approach was discarded due to the unreliability of bookkeeping practices in the context, and yet the importance in such mega projects in the post-World Commission on Dams era, and in the light of the renewed interest from entities like the World Bank, were assessed through scholars' insights. In fact, I drew on Belfus hydrological feasibility assessment, Hartnady seismotectonic studies, Isaacman exploration of colonial legacies of Kaurabasa, and Spalding-Fletcher regional development and climate change impacts consideration for energy generation. All these studies, which you can find listed in bibliography, were pillars used to conduct the semi-structured interviews on the field. The findings showed Mfanankua hydropower infrastructure on the Zambezi River to be a case strongly resembling that of Kahorabasa Dam, which was built some 40 years ago and 60 kilometers upstream on the same river system. Sharing a similar environmental and socio-political context, the latter has promised reduced footprint. Dynamics, however, show high uncertainty due to regional market instability and climate stress conditions, which are risk factors that may have serious to potentially devastating impacts for the region. Risks are framed in a functional way by the opposing worldviews, yet repercussions are feared due to a lack of monitoring and controlling bodies in the country, and issues in the neighboring regions, including insurgency and political tenuity. In this evolving context, the question of governance becomes central, and my research, inspired by theorists like Beck, Eyal, Mitchell, and Sheila Jazanov, and methodologically from Watt and Oakley, also matches the anthropological observations of Carlos Severi and Eduardo Viveres de Castro, which highlight the clash between diverse epistemic sensitivities. And all of this suggests a tension between technical discourses and the perspectives of civil society, local populations especially. This tension spirals into what is called a narcissistic world making, where development narratives and conservative viewpoints collide in their approach to understanding and shaping our world. Despite these challenges, the sites of dialogue, or the forums where the discussions can take place, remain conducive to progress. Building on Feyerabend's study on method and Habermas' Jürgen theory of communicative action, these aid in seeing that while these platforms have limitations, they are essential towards reconciling divergent views. To conclude, let's circle back to the wisdom of Professor Hallen. And our quest for the ideal in sustainable development often confronts the reality of what is well-made. Hence, this research, I hope, illuminates the complexities of this journey, underscoring the importance of inclusive dialogue in shaping a shared path forward.
Thank you very much. So next presenter is Mr. Jaro Sheikh Umar.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Sheikh Umar Jamjalo. I'm a PhD student at the China Institute of Water Resources and Hydropower Research, Beijing. So my presentation today is the wavelet analysis and the information cost function index for selection of calibration events for flood simulation. So selecting appropriate calibration data to establish a reliable hydrological model is of great importance for flood simulation. So the big question here is, what is the sufficient amount of calibration flood events that must be selected? So this study analyzed the spectral characteristics of data in sequence before model calibration. The absolute best set of calibration data, that is the one that is more similar to the validation set, is selected using the information cost function. The information cost function is calculated from the discrete wavelength decomposition result. So 21 flood events for our study area was divided into 14 were used for calibration and 7 were used for validation. So the 14 events used for calibration were arranged in a sequence of 3 to 14, which results in a total of 12 sequences and then 78 sets. So the logical model used here is the HEC model. As you can see from the HEC model, what our study area were delineated into 9 subwatersheds, and these are we use the transformation of reservation access into direct runoff and SES unit hydrograph method, and the Muskingum routing method was used to drive the river routing. So finally, now for the result. You see, the flow similarity was identified by calculating the ICF value of each calibration set, which contain different numbers of flood events in each sequence. So using the validation ICF value as a threshold, we identified the best calibration set from each sequence. as you can see from figure 3, we were able to identify all the best sets of each sequence. And also from you can see for figure 4, we also identified the best from all these best sets. So to further verify our consistency with the ICF selection, calibration runs were done in the HEC model with the best sets of calibration data and validated with the 7 validation flood events. So for the consistency of the ICF, we can see that in the figure that the performance of the best is the best from the sequence of 10, which is the sequence of 10 prime, which performed the best more than even other sets with a lot of flood events or lesser flood events. So we can see from the figure 5, we see that the ICF that's of the calibration set that is more closer to the validation ICF performs the best, and the one that is more distance from the validation ICF performs the worst. So finally, for our conclusion here, as the validation flood event has already been determined, it can be assumed that the accuracy of the calibration model is directly proportional to the degree of similarity between the calibration flood data set and the validation. So this study has correlated with the notion that the quality of information in the calibration data set is more important than the quantity. And also, this study has demonstrated the possibility of improving the efficiency of utilizing calibration data set, particularly in catchment with limited data. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. And now we want to ask again if Mr. Bani Barutu was here.
No, he's not here.
No. Okay,
I'm here. This is for Mona.
Mona, from okay. So you can make a presentation.
Thank you. Yes. Hello, everyone, and nice to meet you all. My name is Mona Ghafouri Azar, and I'm postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering of Dongguk University, and working under supervision of Professor Sang-Il Lee. And my presentation today is about the seasonal uncertainty analysis of global climate models and the implication for climate change impact assessment in South Korea. This study focuses on the significance of using multiple model ensemble in evaluating the impact of climate change on climate and hydrological variables. And as you may know, general circulation models or GCMs exhibit variation from one model to another due to different dynamic sample size and parameterization process, and also physical processes. And these factors interact on various temporal and spatial scales. So it's necessary to quantify the uncertainties arising from GCMs by considering results from various global climate models. So we used 13 GCMs with 2 RCPs, RCP 4.5 and RCP 8.5, to project the future stream flow in the Korean River Basin by using the 13 GCMs and 2 RCPs. And the hydrological models which is used in this study is a precipitation runoff modeling system, or PRMS model. And this model was calibrated using long-term statistics of natural stream flow derived from 6-gauge dams. Daily climate data were utilized for both calibrating the model parameters and also for downscaling the global climate models. And the left figure, figure 1, illustrate the changes in seasonal global climate models for both RCPs for the year, for future period, I mean 2080s, from 2071 to 2099. And as you can see in this figure, it's very small, sorry, there is uncertainty in GCM models regarding seasonal variation for 2 RCPs, specifically the CMS and HAJM ES indicate significant changes in climate variables and runoff on a seasonal scales for both GCMs. And the figure on the right, identified as figure 2 here, display ensemble result for 2 RCPs across 109 sub-basin within Korean watersheds. And this study evaluated the relative change in seasonal mean runoff in 5 large dam basins in South Korea. And the finding of this study, I couldn't share all of the result here, but the finding revealed a notable trend of increased runoff compared to the reference period for all seasons except for spring. And for this season, both an increase and decrease in runoff relative to reference period are projected for both RCPs. And in most basins, mean runoff in summer increase up to 10% for 3 different periods, 2020, 2050, and 2018 for RCP4. But this increase rise about 20% in fall and about 200% in winter. And the range of this change in mean runoff in each season is highest in winter in South Korea, ranging from 0 to 200% in RCP4. And these findings underscore the significance of using multimodal ensemble and addressing intermodal variability for the comprehensive understanding of climate change impact. And this, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry, I said something. And this study emphasized the importance of multimodal ensemble in effective water resource planning and changing understanding how the climate change will impact on the water resources. And thank you. That's all.
Thank you very much. So I think we have finished all the presentation now, so that we should move to question time. Natalie, is it okay?
Yeah, it is okay.
Okay. Maybe let's start from the first presentation. But if you have anything specific, you can make it, Natalia.
No, again, as I said at the beginning, thank you so much to all of you because you have made a really good job. So congratulations. So I have a couple of questions, but I don't know if it's better at the end.
Okay, then let's start from the first presentation. Mr. Luis Angel Espinosa, Ms. Yu, can you show his presentation again? And from Elsa, what do you mean authors of current sessions? Please start your video again.
Okay, so
okay,
now I'm showing.
Yes,
so
yes.
I think this. Am I showing full presentation?
Yes, we can show your presentation. My question might be first is that since I'm from Japan, I don't know the real situation of like Spain or Portugal, but I watch many TV news is that the heat waves are very enormous in Spain and Portugal. How often these heat waves are happening right now in Portugal? Can you say that from these figures?
Yes, in this case, here in Portugal, during the last 5 years, we are having, let's say, almost 30 days presenting heat waves, which means that they are consecutive days applying this index with temperature above an identified threshold. So as we can see, just like very quickly, like the peak on these identified trends, they have this happened in 2018, which in some cases registered like temperatures almost like above 45 degrees. So just like a major conclusion of this work is like the at least for Portugal, I am not sure about the situation in Spain, but the Peninsula Iberica behaves more or less the same. The heat wave stays are becoming more and more common, and there's no evidence. I mean, this is just like what the result says, but it doesn't look like that the number of heat waves, as I said, like almost 30 days per year, is going to decrease. Do you have any other question?
And does your government or yourself can your government or yourself do something against or to adapt to heat waves in Portugal?
No, not really. I mean, like the only thing that we are the governments they are doing is just to prevent from the impacts, because here in Portugal, like from the center to the south is quite arid climate. So we are the fires here in Portugal, they are becoming more and more also like very frequent. So instead of trying to mitigate the heat waves, Portuguese government and some other authorities, they are trying to prepare for the fires mainly.
Okay. Natalia, do you have something?
I had a question regarding the result. Are you considering to extend this result? Because sorry, because I'm reading in the secondary screen because it's bigger. You are talking about the variations and in these conclusions from the north to the south, but there is a blank space in the center of Portugal, in the south of Lisbon, more or less. Are you considering to extend your research to anticipate what could be happening in the near future?
Yes, because compared to, I mean, this teleconnection, which is the North Atlantic Oscillation, it is easier to make a forecast. And if we are able to find the connection between the occurrence of heat waves days in Portugal and this teleconnection, which is something that happens in the North Atlantic, we could be able to forecast also the occurrence of heat waves. So, I mean, here in the climate in the Peninsula Iberica, including Portugal and Spain, it is highly linked to this atmospheric mode. So this could be like the next step.
Okay.
So
And
this is going to be like the way that we could forecast the heat waves, trying to find a connection with other atmospheric variable.
And have you find any kind of connection? And I assume that the answer will be yes. That with this result, together with the forest fires that you have been suffering in the last years.
Not yet. I mean, the only thing that we've developed in my research is to find the teleconnection or the link between what is going on with the NAO and the droughts. But for example, the wildfires here in Portugal, it's really hard to assess like a link, because we are trying to link a natural variable, which could be like the atmospheric changes, with something, in this case the wildfires, that most of the time they are man-made. So it's really hard to find a connection, unless it will be like a natural wildfires by natural causes.
Okay. Nice presentation and very interesting research. Congratulations.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Professor Kobayashi, or Professora Natalia.
No, I'm not professor, just Natalia.
Okay, gracias, Natalia.
You please don't answer now, but you have a question at chat, so if you can answer it, please answer.
Okay, thank you.
So we have 7 more people that we have to make questions, so we should move to the next question. Next person, Mr. Richard Kocha, please show his presentation, Ms. Yu, if possible. Is Richard Kocha, Mr. Richard Kocha here? No. No.
Maybe we can move to the next one.
Next one. Then Mr. Bani Barud. No, he was not here. And Mr. Rishi Gupta.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Also, I don't know so much, but Brahmaputra is very famous for very hard rainfalls and big flooding, I guess. But your result is showing that even 60% increases in precipitation at upstream subcatchment. It looks like that it's very much catastrophe. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's actually catastrophic events. It is extreme events where we are considering the 1-day extreme rainfall or 5-day extreme rainfall. Those events are actually increasing up to 60%, but the annual rainfall is, I think, subjected to increase by 15 to 20% in overall catchment.
How frequent will that very extreme rainfall or runoff happen?
Yes, in a plot I have shown the the number of flood waves passing each year. In a year, more than 15 to 16, including pre-monsoon and monsoon, these flood waves are passing through the Brahmaputra River. And sometimes the duration of flood waves is longer than 40 days or something like that. In the tail, precipitation tail, because it is almost a 2 lakh kilometer square catchment within India itself. So getting from upstream to downstream, it takes around 7 days.
But you cannot know the return period of that kind of event with this CMIP6 models. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. We have calculated that also for our future research, and it was also increased. Currently, the highest discharge which has been observed at the downstream stations was around 75,000 per cumex, meter cube per second, which is expected to rise over a lakh meter cube per second by the end of this century, if we talk about return period.
Okay, okay. Natalia, do you have any questions? We cannot hear your voice. Your microphone is off.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My microphone is now here. I'm so sorry. I was trying to open the presentation of Ms. Gupta, but I cannot find it. Ah, yes, I have it. Yeah. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's here. No, no.
Climate change. It will be named as climate change.
Yes, climate change.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that it was so clear. So I only have to. This one is. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, I don't have any doubt at this moment, but just think about how can you continue researching about this topic. How do you consider? How are you going to continue investigating?
Yes, it is a nice question. Actually, first of all, we were interested to see how the climate change is going to impact the runoff in this large river system. Next, we are planning to incorporate some nature-based solution which can help us in reducing the flood stress in the catchment, like the vegetation within the river corridor or inclusion of more man-made wetlands and other nature-based solutions, how they are feasible to reduce the flood stress. So in the next set of research, we are going to apply those.
Okay, thank you. We have 30 minutes left, so we have to move to the next question. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Okay. And next question is to Ms. Mona. Can we share the screen with her presentation? By the way, Ms. Mona, are you here? You're here.
Yes, I'm here.
I think your research is a very hard job, hard working job, and it's we like Korean, Japanese, Chinese people do this kind of research, I think, very well. But how from your research, how different was the result with different GCM models? I mean, how big the difference was?
Sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Okay. How was the variability of the result, runoff result, if you use a different GCMs? Could you explain?
Yeah, as you can see, maybe in figure 1 here, I just prepared one figure for runoff changes for different GCMs, and for two GCMs, the results are different, and is not matched with other, mostly with other relative changes of different GCMs. So, the results show that we should use the multimodal ensembles, because some of them shows the increase, for example, in runoff changes, but the others shows a decrease in runoff changes. And this is because of the different parameterization or different formulation of GCMs, and this is because why we should use multimodal ensembles, or we should use the best models, best GCMs in each location. And there are different kind of processing to select the GCMs, and this study is the complete of the results. We show that how it's important to select the GCMs for each location.
Okay. Natalia, do you have any questions?
No, no, neither.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Then my last quick question is that, like, for example, in Japan, Japanese may try to believe most Japanese Meteorological Research Institute, GCM, because they target on Japanese Japan, but you may not be Korean, but which GCM model normally do Korean people believe most? Do you have such GCM?
I don't think there is just only one GCMs that we can use for these studies. There are 42 GCMs, and then based on the different techniques, for example, Kolmogorov, Smirnov, we select 19 GCMs and then downscale, and then there are different parameters that we use, and at the end, 13 GCMs we selected that we are listed here, the name of the GCMs. And then based on the result of the 13 GCMs, we use multimodal ensemble. And then we use the average of these 13 GCMs to show how the changes is for different, for example, climate variables or runoff will be impacted. Because we couldn't use only one GCM, because as we can see here, maybe one model showed, for example, increase in runoff, but the other model shows the decrease. So it's important we use the multimodal ensemble for the result of the global climate models.
Okay, thank you very much. So we should move to, thank you. We should move to next. Ms. Liedel Ramona. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. My question might be, this LWF Brook 19R model is like physics-based model or like kind of conceptual model? Or what kind of model is it?
It's a soil plant atmosphere continuum model. So you have different layers and it simulates the fluxes in between.
Do you need huge computation to use this kind of model, or it's a very fast, quick simulation model?
It is pretty fast. So this one is implemented in our studio, and yeah, I don't know. I think for me it just took a couple of minutes, but you can also do kind of like Monte Carlo simulations where you have a huge number of parameter sets and repeat almost the same simulation, but you vary one parameter for 1,000 different times, and then it will take longer. But yeah, for just one simulation, it's pretty quick.
And one more question is that actually I visited Braunschweig this last summer, actually to Professor Ilhan, and I saw some equipment on the trees. Is it what you want to measure something? Is it different? So what you said that the lack of your research is that you don't have the observation. Yes. How can you measure that kind of things?
I think they are measuring also these leaf conductivity, but I'm not entirely sure because it's the project of a PhD student in this working group, and I haven't. I don't know if Ilhan could answer for this question in the Q&A part, because I unfortunately have to pass. I'm sorry.
Okay. but sorry, we don't have much time. Natalia, if you have something.
Yes, I have a question for Ramona. You mentioned that you compared in your abstract. You mentioned that you have compared with the result with some other species like Catalpa or Gleditia triacanthus, but according to my knowledge, both Catalpa and Gleditia are not German native. Are you considering to use for the comparison for the study some German native species?
Yes, I think we are. This PhD student, she's comparing tree species that are often planted here in Germany. These species that you mentioned were just examples for species that have a later bud burst, but it was not especially these species that will be further investigated. There will be other species used that are that are used here currently in Germany a lot on the streets as urban trees.
Yeah, I know. Here in Spain there are also use Catalpa and Gleditia, but the tendency, at least here, is to use native species only because they are more get used to climate change. So if you are using non-native species, maybe to some we are contributing to modify the climate in that area.
Yes.
But it's okay. I like it so much, your investigation, your research.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 4 minutes left. We have to go to next questions. Next question is to Mr. Jan Krajbich. My question is that in your presentation, you mentioned that river flow changes is more by river regulation than climate change. And river regulation is much more actually than climate.
That's correct.
Is it okay? And that changes degraded to the wetland in your region. Is it what you want to say?
So yeah, the main message with this, I guess, is that obviously, I mean, even around 5 to 15% less flows, I mean, due to climate change, they are really significant. But often if we address climate change, then a lot of politicians will say like, well, okay, we throw our hands up into the air and say like, okay, we can't do something about it. This is a global issue. But if we talk about river regulation, that's a really local issue, right? That's about dams, reservoirs, that's a lot about irrigation, water supply, and so on. So because what we found was that most of the water is vanishing and because of irrigation agriculture, and that's something we can really do something about, right? We can change policy, we can contribute water instead of to, for example, farmers to the wetlands as well. And we are talking about a semi-arid environment there, and we still grow cotton, we still grow rice practically in the desert at this point. So the question is if this is something we should pursue in the future, particularly under climate change.
Okay, but my impression of Australia is that you are very good at preserving nature, so that your regulation might not be so hard. That is my general impression on Australia. But you have many river regulations which change the environment very much in Australia.
Yeah, so particularly the Murray-Darling Basin and the Murrumbidgee. So the Murrumbidgee, the catchment I'm working in, I think is the most heavily regulated river in all of Australia. And the Guyini or the Low-Beachy floodplain where I'm working is probably one of the most impacted floodplains in wetland areas. So it's not everywhere maybe as bad, but particularly for the Ngari people whose country we are working on practically. I mean, they just got their country back, but in this really degraded state, that's obviously really no justice after being dispossessed for such a long time. So we really have to make an effort to restore this wetland and their country practically at that point, because that's what they have.
Okay. Natalia, do you have any question?
No question, because we don't have time.
Okay, sorry.
If you have any questions, shoot them into the Q&A.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so next one is to Mr. Fernandez. My question might be that you showed your methodology, but you are not writing in detail for each step. Like if you assess the exposure or something, then do you use like a physical model? So each step is more elaborated than we can imagine from your methodology chart. Is it? No, he's not here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Mm.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, obviously this is what I could explain in the 5 minutes that we had, but obviously just the steps were more elaborated in terms of the exposure analysis. We kind of like took into account different elements as in this case in the port as cranes, the dry dock, the jetties, the breakwater. Each of them will have different physical impact models based either most of them on semi-empirical equations, but that they are based on laboratory results performed historically. And in the case of, for example, the coastal community in Tenerife, we also developed some numerical and flooding models, and we kind of like overlap them with damage curves for the buildings. And we kind of like include also some laboratory experiments to kind of like see how the adaptation measures reduce the risk. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes, you answered the question. My impression of coastal engineer or oceanographer is that they use very stiff dynamic model, physics-based model, so that my impression was like that. But okay, I understood your question. Natalia, do you have any questions?
No, just not question, but just to say that it seems to be a very interesting, a promising study. I think that you are going to get a very interesting result for the future with very practical application for companies that are planning and designing works in the coastal area. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. That's what we're hoping. We are already working with a lot of policymakers, especially in Spain, but we are starting to apply some of these methodologies in other areas. But yeah, we hope so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to go to next, sorry. Okay, next question is to Mr. Luca Osani.
Sure.
Actually, speaking frankly, that your presentation is, I don't know, are you economist or political scientist? That's.
Well, I'm a social scientist and
social
economist
science
by background.
Okay, so so you are native English speaker, right? So that.
Actually, not really.
Not really.
No, but I've
okay.
in
But I mean, the expression of your poster was very, I mean, for Japanese, difficult actually. But you want to do something like conflict management for one project in Mozambique, and you try to identify what you can objectively analyze those processes or something. So is that what you want to do?
That's correct. I wanted to analyze in depth the consensus creation process, and hence I ended up taking into consideration the technical assessments, which I mentioned, and the validating institutions that give value and recognition to these instruments, which involves also the role of knowledge creation. And we see how the interlinkages between all these components take shape in the political arena. And the stakeholders that were involved in this process are the ones that I engaged with to understand their view on the topic. The case is a hydroelectric dam, and yeah, I mean, we see all these dynamics that revolve around this large project. And
Okay.
clearly, it has ties with water rights, with food security, displacements for local communities, conceptions of development, of large investments for climate adaptation funds, and global governance. So I hope I'm answering your question. Am I?
Yes, yes, yes. Natalia, do you have any questions?
No. No. Okay, just a simple comment. It's very interesting your research, but I think that it has been a little difficult to follow and to understand. So just a kind and nice recommendation is to highlight for the future the key points of your presentation, because it's very interesting, and I think that we can find very useful learning from it. So just to highlight with more effort, a little bit more effort, the conclusion of it.
Okay. Well, there is no conclusion actually. It's
Yeah,
an
I
open
think that
case,
there
but
is no conclusion.
maybe
So
the conclusion for today is just being here and presenting and having the chance, as I was saying in the presentation, of taking part to these sites of dialogue, of which the IAHR and today's conference is representative. And I mean, this is a very much social science oriented piece of work. So it has to do with the human component. It's not technical at all. Like, it has no graphs. As you can see, there is just a picture of a man fishing in a river.
but climate change
And
is not only technical.
it's very much human, like you say.
Yeah,
That's
it's
correct.
more human than technical to some extent. But
I very much welcome your key points.
another point of view about climate change. So it's very interesting to know and to learn things that you have shown to this audience.
Thank you so much. I hope something came through, and if you'd like, we can discuss further. Just we can have a chat and talk about it more. Thanks.
Thank you. We don't have time, sorry.
Yeah,
Really sorry. Next, last person is Mr. Sheikh Marjan. My question might be that your presentation was quite new to me. I have never seen this kind of research. You try to identify the data set which is most suitable for the calibration of the model. Then if you calibrate the model with that data set, then your validation would be better. Is that what you want to say?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What we did is we calculated the ICF of all the sets. Then we identified the best set from each sequence, as you can see from the figure 3. After that, we get the best set from each sequence. We try to get the very best of all these best sets. Then we use these best sets to just verify the selection of the ICF. So we use these 12 best sets to calibrate the model and validate with the 7 identified flood events we choose initially. So that's what we did.
Okay, I do hydrology a lot, especially runoff model, but this was very new to me. Are there many persons who do these kind of things in the world?
Yes. If you go to my references, there is a reference there. The second one, someone did something similar and used different indices, and also concluded that the ICF was a better indices on their own study.
Okay.
Yes.
Natalia, do you have any questions?
I had the same question as you, with exactly the same, because it's what it has been the first time that I hear about it, and it sounds interesting. And I have also a question. Do you know if those results have been used in another, not research, but in another practical project?
Yes, like this is the same reference. If you go through the reference, you will see different approaches because this is not a new. If this paper is published actually, so in the introduction part, I made sure I give example and references of other studies which have been conducted using this same methodology. So that's why we arrange the data in a sequential form and make sure we're able to calculate this information cost in all these sequences and compare it with the validation ICF to get the very best.
Okay, so sounds very interesting. Thank you again.
Yeah, welcome. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so our last comment is that actually I very much like to listen the presentation from all over the world, and I can understand Japanese presentations very well because the common sense behind is same with Japanese, but to understand world research is sometimes very difficult for me, but I enjoyed it very much. And due to the first session, we had some confusion in the beginning. It was sorry. I was sorry for that, but I think I enjoyed this session very much. Thank you very much for everyone, and thank you. Natalia, do you have any questions? Any comments?
No, thank you to everyone. I just keep encouraging you to continue researching, to continue your studies, you continue helping the future generation to live in this world. So thank you and keep doing it.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you. So we should return to our session too.
I think that Elsa recommended author, chairs, and hosts to open your cameras just to make a picture, to take a photo of this session. So please, all the authors, open your cameras to take the last photo of this session, please. So I don't know if David had to conclude or we concluded.
Yes. No problem. I just took the screenshot, but I was thinking now that we have also most of the next speakers connected, they can also switch on the cameras. So then we have a full picture of the speakers of this session and also the next one. So yeah, if all the rest, they can switch on the cameras, then I will take another screenshot.
So Luca, Andres.
Okay, so yeah, 3, 2, 1, there it is. Perfect. Okay, great. So yeah, thank you very much, Kenichiro and Natalia, for this very dynamic session and very interesting discussion. And also, thank you very much to all the speakers. Congratulations. This was a very nice session and setting up a high level for the next session, which is also on climate change adaptation. So yeah, now we can move to this next session where the chairs will be Jose Maria Adriasola from Vegetal Engineering and Manosos Validakis from Glasgow University. Let me remind the speakers that they have 5 minutes max to present each poster. We have around 10 posters ahead. And after that, after the posters presentation, this will be followed by a discussion. So now I would like to pass the word to the chairs. Yeah, Manosos, it's on you now.
David.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for the introduction. I'm very glad to be hosting this session and with David here and This session is on the climate change and adaptation, following the previous one as well. And we have the first presenter, Okana Karina, on the vulnerability to climate change in the design of breakwater armor elements. Do we have Okana here? Okana Karina?
She's not here.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll move ahead to the next presenter, and in case Karina joins later, then we will be glad to hear from her. So the next presenter is Figueira Puro. I saw him earlier.
Hi.
He's here. Yes. Karina. Okay. Well, Karina is here. So, are you okay to present?
Hi.
Okay. Then we're keen to hear from you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. And apologize because I have a problems with internet. My English is not so good, but I try to explain. The paper is vulnerability to climate change and design of breakwater elements, and we make an estimate to the impact of sea level rise to affect climate change, and what is the impact in the design armor elements for breakwaters. And we use 5 scenarios. The first one was a normal condition design, and the other ones we use a projection with different sea level rise. The first one was 1.0 meters, the 1 meter, 2 meters, and 3 meters, and we designed with the Hudson formula the section. We obtained the wave data of different sources of the Mexican Transport Institute. We use the significant wave, 6.26 meters and 11 seconds, and this data we propagate the waves with Mach 21 model. We use a wave reflection model, and with this we make the design of the elements. We use 2 kinds of elements. The first one we modify cubes, and the second one we correlate pieces. And with this, we select 4 points. The 3 cross section was for body section, and the last one is the 1.4 thousand meters. We use a cone section, and we calculate with the reflection and with the different scenarios. We calculate with the increases of the sea level how the climate change impact in the design of the elements. We obtain for every scenario a vulnerability index, and we use for cubes and for coralogs index vulnerability. We prepare a scale. Then a vulnerability index, the 1 to 1.1 is a low classification, 1.11 to 1.20 a middle classification, 1.21 to 140 is a high is a high scale, and 1.41 to 1, very high. Then for every cross section and every scenario, we prepare the index vulnerability, and we find that when the impact for the design for the effect of climate change, we don't need to make all the restructuration in every breakwater. We find that with this vulnerability index, we can prepare like a mitigation measure only in the zone with we have the very high vulnerability index. Sorry, we can prepare a strong section, and this is our conclusion, and it's not necessary make too strong all the structure, only a section that it presents a vulnerability index. This study was with a model or numerical model, and we are preparing a physical model for we can compare results. Thank you very much. Sorry about my English.
It's quite fine. It's quite fine. We're here to share information and knowledge here, and we appreciate you presenting here your work. We were keen to move ahead. I encourage everyone of you to stay here throughout the session, and we can because for this presentation, if a presentation lasts longer than 5 minutes, I suggest that we keep any questions to be discussed at the end of the session during the last half hour, as done with the previous session. So Karina, please stay so that we get more questions answered from you a bit later. But right now we're going to move on to the next presenter, Figueroa Kuro, who is going to discuss about the analysis of future precipitation patterns during dry season in the Piura River Basin under different climate change scenarios. So Andreas Kuro, please, let's hear from you.
Hi, hello to everyone. So to begin, this study called Analysis of Future Precipitation Pattern During Dry Season in the Piura River Basin under different climate change scenario. As we know, climate change presents a global challenge, especially affecting vulnerable regions like Peru, notably due to the significance of the Piura River Basin for agriculture and the economy. Related to the background of this study, past studies focuses on the wet season, but not during dry season. So this research investigates upcoming dry seasons, precipitation patterns using semi-6 scenario. Well, to begin, related to the study area, the Piura River Basin, situated near to the equator, is located in Peru, Latin America. It's characterized by lowlands with 0 to 50 millimeters and highlands with 50 to 300 millimeters of precipitation during the dry season. The methodology have 4 steps. We use the model HAT-GIM model from the semi-6 dataset that is recommended in a past study here in Peru. The Piura River Basin is a local area. We use downscale methods, statistic methods, that is the interpolation, apply things plane interpolation to analyze details change. Finally, we generate graphs of climate projections for periods every 20 years, since 2021 until 2100. about the results, we can see two different gradients in Pearl River Basin. One blue, one blue that is one red that is a positive change and blue that is a negative change. They're both SPP 245 SSP 585 scenario. There is a trend, there is two tendencies. First, we check positive dry season precipitation in lowlands and also negative, another trend of negative dry season precipitation in highlands. Also, during the dry season from 2041 to 2016, the negative change in the highlands under SPPP 585, that is the worst scenario, surpassed the SPP 245, reaching change of to minus 10%. So it's most change. So we can see that it's most changing the SPP 585 scenario, no? That is the worst scenario. And also in lowlands, future dry season of 2081 to 2100, SPI 585 is projected to experience the double positive precipitation change with a value of 80% compared to the SCP 245 with a value of 23%. Well, another graph is the future precipitation change trend of all Pearl River Basin. We can see how the variability increase in the next years. In SCP 245, a shift from a positive to a negative tendency has been observed since 2061 to 2018. In contrast to SPP 585, only exhibits a positive tendency, as we can see in these graphs. So the alteration of tendencies, the dry seasons, precipitation patterns will contribute to increase the climate variability, no? Also intensify extreme droughts precipitation. So in conclusion, future climate projections for the Pearl River Basin indicates varied precipitation change during the dry season, with positive change expected in the lowlands and negative change in the highlands. Also during the worst scenario, that's ECCP 8585, the dry season is projected to experience a doubling of positive precipitation change comparing to SSP 245, potentially leading extreme weather events. And also, infrastructure and water management in the Pearl River Basin must need to adapt, no, to increase the variable and potentially extreme precipitation patterns. Also, policymakers should consider projected change, including positive and negative precipitation, to mitigate risk to agriculture and urban areas. Engineers' solutions may involve improve water storage, implementing urban planning, and consider this future change. Well, thank you to everyone for listening.
Thank you, Andres Kuro. So we have a minute for any question, if there is any question from the audience. So if not, okay, let me see. I think there is, maybe, no? So I wanted to ask one question here. So what you presented a number of models and results from these models. What briefly, if you could tell us about your any preference over all of these models and briefly any assumptions and certainty in the results that these models might return for you. Can you give us a short presentation on that? I'm not sure I can hear. Figueira Kuro, is your mic open? Well, I'm not sure I can hear anyone. If not, we can move ahead to the next presenter. Phang Tianze is here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Phang. Phang
Yeah.
Tianze. So we're going to hear from you on the ocean processes-based modeling and the key pathway for coastal erosion predictions under climate change. So we're going to hear from you for this poster. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I would like to firstly say thank you to all the organizers and chairs of the session Congress, because I used to work on the IT support for hybrid conference. I know it can be not that easy. So thank you so much. My name is Tianze, and I come from the University of Prince Edward Island, Canadian Center for Climate Change and Adaptation. So this presentation is actually generated from one of my literature review research at the beginning of my PhD program. It tell the current research gaps of the current assessment or responses to the coast erosions nowadays from the scientific communities or the applied application aspects. So in the most widely used method for coastal vulnerability assessment is called the CVM method, which is the Coastal Vulnerability Index. It contains 7 different parameters, in which 4 of them are coastal geological factors, and the other 3 are the oceanic factors. So the 7 parameters are coastal elevation, coastal slopes, coastal features, coastline change rates, and the oceanic factors are tidal range, wave height, and sea level rise. So from our literature review, we find there are some there are some problems like showing many times. The first one is now the current research focuses more on the coastal geological side instead of the oceanic side. So this caused the imbalance of the research. We assume this is because the coastal geological side are stable, they are solid, they are just along the coast, they are easy to be investigated. But the oceanic factors are not. The second problem is the criteria now contain a lot of conflicts and disunities. The disunities means that like they have the same trend in their criteria, but they have totally different quantitative standards. For example, a coast in East Canada of 5 meters high can be low vulnerability, but the 5 meters with the exact same number, for example, in UK can be high vulnerability. So this is the disunity. And the example of conflicts is like for the same factor, it has the total different criteria. For example, for the tidal range and the coastal slope, someone believe the higher tidal range, the larger tidal range coast is less vulnerable, but some people believe they are higher vulnerable. So conflicts and disunities makes each time the assessment using the similar methods, the standard are made by the researcher's subjective knowledge. So they don't have any like unity through this method. So what's more is about the climate change, because we are based in Prince Edward Island, beautiful but very vulnerable island to the climate change. So we have to consider the climate change in the environmental science studies. Currently, we found it has been widely reported that the coastal climate change has been accelerating the temperature increase and the unstable air pressure in the ocean area, which leads to like more extreme wave conditions, more frequent extreme events along the coast, and more limited sea ice coverage. So all of these are actually impact the oceanic factors, but not the geological factors. So here we go back to the original logic of the coast erosion. The geological coast factors just tells the capacity of erosion of the coastline, and the sea level and the tidal range tells the water level, but the wave is actually the direct acting force for the erosion processes. So here we planned a system of ocean processes-based modeling for the coastal vulnerability assessment of erosion. As you can see, it's the figure 2, but as this literature review is the beginning of my PhD study here, so my objective is to finish this by the end of my program. So from this review, the take-home message can be, the first one is the current focus of the coastal assessment should switch to the oceanic processes from the geological studies. The second one is the currently climate change has been accelerating the intensity of ocean processes, leading to a acceleration of coastal erosion around the world. So yeah, that's basically from me about this presentation, but there are some more details in the article we have already published in the journal Ambio, as you can see at the right bottom. So if you need more details, you can take a look. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much again, Qian Tianze. This is a very nice presentation. We have started this session a bit late, following from the previous session.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
My suggestion is that we hold on to any question, and entertain any of the questions that others might also have on the questions and answer session at the end of all presentations. So let's hold on and keep ahead with the presentations. Thank you again. And
thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Yasir Abdulazil, and it's on navigating future climate impact on Cedar River's water quality, a coupled model investigation of turbidity and eutrophication. So let's hear from Yasir.
He's not here, but the last author is here, and he refused to be the panelist. I'm not sure if he will present.
So Amiri Mustafa will be able to present on behalf of the first.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Let's hear from him. If so, if not, we'll move ahead to the next session until the first author is available.
Okay.
Okay, so let's move ahead to the next presenter until we hear from Yasir. So the next presenter is Freitas Larissa on the IAHR 5 land data versus ground data, precipitation at 4 locations in Portugal. So let's hear from Larissa Freitas. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, everyone, for having this put together for us to present our work. So looking at the bigger picture of this research, we want to assess climate trends and climate variables in Portugal using ERA 5 land, which is a reanalysis data set. And in sequence of what Luis presented in the previous session, in which looked at temperature data for heat wave trends and analysis in Portugal. Now we're looking at precipitation, because the lack of precipitation data may constrain some hydrological studies. And we want to, this study looks into ERA 5 land's ability to overcome this scarcity. So to do that, we've coupled 4 Era 5 land grid points with meteorological stations from IPMA in Portugal for 4 locations. 3 of them, we had 37-year hydrological years available of data. And for 1 of them, we had 31 years. So for these 4 locations, we looked into monthly precipitation data. And as you can see in the results, the Era 5 land values are consistently lower than what we have from the meteorological stations from IPMA. And that's mainly because Era 5 land has a grid-based nature instead of a point-based nature, such as the meteorological stations we used. The scatter plot of monthly precipitation also shows a good adjustment between the 2 data sets. And furthermore, for 1 of the points, which is Liege, it's in Lisbon, the capital of Portugal, well, we also did this comparison in a daily scale. And the scatter plot, as you can see from figure 3 and 4, for the daily precipitation, is not a very good adjustment, not a very good result. However, as you can see in figure 5, when we look at the non-accidents probability curve for the daily precipitation in this location, it shows that Era 5 land may be used for daily precipitation, at least in a statistical analysis point of view. And that's what we are going to look further more into with further studies. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you again, Larissa. We're going to keep ahead with any questions. Please feel free to write on the Q&A panel, and we are going to have Larissa entertain them in the end after the presentations of the other posters. Thank you again, Larissa.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next presenter is Carboni Andrea on the global trends in wave height in Western Mediterranean Sea.
The authors are not here.
So in that case, we'll have to move ahead to the next presentation until we hear from any of these authors. So the next presentation is from Pan E. Are they here?
Yes.
Yes,
Can you
so
hear
great.
me?
We're going to have Pan A to present on morphological response of the Chikugo River to climate change events. So thank you, Pan E. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pan Ipyu from Tokyo Metropolitan University, Japan. So first of all, it's a great honor to be here. The title of my topic for today is Morphological Response of the Chikugo River to Climate Change Events. So climate warming is a very popular topic. Many researchers around the world plays as a very important factor for the river basin management of Japan, because according to the Japan Meteorological Agency report, the temperature over Japan is rising faster than the global average. In addition, an increasing trends in the occurrence of the extreme disaster has been observed in recent years. My study area, the Chikugo River, is the largest river in Kyushu regions. It's a very important river, not only for its high production of fish, but also for the sun supply to maintain the Ariake tidal flat, that is the largest tidal flat, remains in Japan. However, recently, occurrence of disaster has increased in these river basins, altering the river flow and sediment supply. So the main objective is to determine the morphological response of this river to these climate change events. So we collected 200-meter interval bathymetry data from 0 kilometer to the 64 kilometer in every 5 years interval from 1998 to 2020, and elevation changes were analyzed. And in addition, the relationship between the annual peak flow and the sediments volume changes were also analyzed. So different ones represent the list of disaster occurred in this river basins from 2009 to 2020. In 2012, a torrential rainfall event occurred with a maximum discharge of over 5,000 meter cube per second. In 2017, a deadly landslide disaster occurred. Again, in 2020, river discharge reached to over 6,400 meter cube per second. This is the highest river discharge since 1953. So the figure 2 represent the result of longitudinal elevation changes from 0 to 64 kilometer from 2009 to 2020. For the upstream part, riverbed is almost stable from 2009 to 2012. But after the huge landslide disaster, due to the inflow of huge sediments, riverbed increased about 0.5 to 1 meter. But river flow in 2020 eroded the deposited sediments, and riverbed decreased 0.5 to 1.3 meter. For the middle streams, the riverbed increased since 2012. For overall, from 2012 to 2020, riverbed or middle stream increased approximately 1 to 1.5 meter. Conversely, for the estuary, erosion started since 2012, and for overall, riverbed or estuary decreased about 1 to 1.5 meter from 2012 to 2019. Figure 3 represent the relationship between the annual peak river flow and sediment volume changes of different river regions from estuary to the upstream. As you can see, the different regions have different responses. Middle stream has a positive increasing trend, and estuary and upstream has a decreasing trend. So on the other hand, from this relationship, we can note the sediment transport process of this river from upstream to the estuary. From river flow of 4,000 to around 5,000, sediments mainly deposit in the upstream. But as the river flow gets higher, erosion occurs in the upstream, and these sediments move to the middle stream. And they deposit there, but they were not enough to reach to the estuary. So as a result, erosion occurs in the estuary. So to summarize, the morphological response of this river differ spatially from upstream to the estuary, and this brings both positive and negative impacts. Like for positive impact, there is a tendency to increase sediment flux into the Ariake Sea because of increased sediment supplied by disaster. But there are also negative impacts like the flood risks in the middle streams and erosion of estuary due to continued deposition of sediments in the middle stream. So these sediments, they need to distribute along the estuary in the future. For the climate change adaptation, modeling is also recommended to know the fate of these sediments in the middle stream. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Many thanks again, Philippe Pan A. And this is a very interesting presentation again. Thank you. We'll move ahead to the next presenter. Again, we'll take questions. For those who join us now, we take questions at the end of the session. So feel free to write any of your questions on the Q&A panel, and we'll entertain these at the end of the session. So the next presenter is Zime Gerima.
Yes, Zime Gerima Hayat, yes.
A pleasure to have you
Can
here.
you hear me?
So, yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Your Hayat Zime Gerima is going to present on innovative stormwater management by urban trees, case of the Census City experimental device. So let's hear from Hayat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Hayat Zime Gerima. I'm a PhD student at the École des Ponts in France in Les Laboratory. I'm conducting a CIF thesis with the Hydrasol Design Office, in which the study focus on the relationship between root and soil water. My work focuses on the management of stormwater through the best management practices. I will go a bit quickly to stay on schedule, and sorry for my not very good English. So, as we all know, the extensive soil sealing lead to a decrease in the infiltration capacity of water, resulting in substantial runoff volume that can cause flooding. In response to this situation, there has been a paradigm shift with the emergence of source control structure designed to promote both infiltration and storage. I'm currently researching on one of these techniques known as the stormwater tree. So we will define the stormwater trees like a street trees whose pit is designed to capture runoff from surrounding surfaces, roads or sidewalks, to manage them quantitatively and qualitatively, all while promoting the proper growth of the tree. My experimentation setup corresponds to that of Sensity, which is illustrated here in figure 1, which has been instrumented to enhance the understanding of stormwater tree. In this setup, we measure the precipitation, inflow volume, transpiration, also soil moisture content, and the outflow rate. In order to evaluate the performance of our system, we estimate the indicators, which are the volume of event reduction, which is the capacity of our structure to return runoff volume. We also estimate the reaction time, which describes the capacity of our structure to slow down the flow, and the last indicator is the drain time. The first results show that we have annual reduction of 80%, meaning that only 20% of the incoming volume were not returned by our stormwater trees. This reflects a good capacity of our structure. For other indicators whose distribution is shown in figure 2, we also have reaction time were evaluated within the range of 0 to 30 hours, with a predominant majority finally below 8 hours and averaging at 5 hours. So a long reaction time indicates effective slowing down of the outflow. About our last indicator, a drainage time, it can extend beyond 19 hours. Indeed, this duration represents the capability of our structure to drain and facilitate the collection of new volume for new events. So it is crucial that this time period is not prolonged. On average, we observed a mean duration of 70 hours, which align closely with the finding in the literature ranging from 48 to 72 hours. It should be noted that these indicators depend on the property of the planting soil, as well as the initial condition of the planting soil. To conclude, we can say that the initial results show a good performance of our system in terms of reduction, which is reflected in infiltration in the subsoil, and also about transpiration. We made some water balance in this system, and we know that the dominant part, it is exfiltration, and the second part, which is dominant, is transpiration in the summer period. Also, we observe a significant rate, like I say, of exfiltration, which suggests that the stormwater tree also play as a role in the recharge of groundwater. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting in good time. Now, excuse me, we're going to hold any questions again for the last of the session. So please hold on, stay with us until the end of the session. And we're moving ahead to the last presenter for this session, who is Enrique Soriano. And this is on assessing climate change impacts on hydrological dam safety with a stochastic rainfall generator. Enrique.
Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, Enrique. Good to have
Okay.
you with us.
Okay, thank you very much for this presentation. As you said, I am Enrique Soriano from the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. I'm a postdoc, and I am going to present the research I've done with my colleagues from the university and other colleagues from the Italian universities. First of all, like a briefly introduction, as you already know, dam breaks can provoke a huge human and economical losses. For this reason, we have to design and build a big spillways. These spillways are able to resist really big floods. But for design these spillways, we use observed data. This observed data is really short because we are designing for 500 in Spain, 500 or 10,000, depending on the category of the dam. And we only use, maybe if you are lucky, 50 years of observed data. And in the other hand, the climate change, we observed these floods change its frequency, date of occurrence, and timing. So maybe your observed data don't work in the future. For this reason, we propose this methodology. We applied this methodology in a dam in the north of Spain, near to the city of Pamplona. Maybe you know, for the San Fermines. The dam has a catchment about 70 square kilometers, more or less, because our models work with a small catchment, less than 250. And we have used the observed data in this dam and the 12 climate change models. In this diagram, you can see the methodology we followed. First of all, with climate projections, we obtain the parameters we need to do the stochastic simulations. We use a storage model, it's a stochastic rainfall generator. With this model and the parameters of the climate projections, we generated the time series of precipitation on a time step 15 minutes and for 500 years. With this rainfall series, we introduce as our input in the Cosmophore submodel. Cosmophore submodel is a rainfall runoff model based in 3 steps. The rainfall scenario is directly the output of the storage model. The excess of rainfall is estimated using GreenAmp model, and finally, the excess to rainfall to runoff transformation is did with unit hydrograph. We generated. This model is previously calibrated with observed data. We generated a flood hydrograph. With this flood hydrograph, we obtained the hydrograph volume and the peak flow. The AV dam is an gate operated. The spillway is gate operated. So we use the volumetric method to obtain the optimal operation of these gates. And finally, we obtain the peak outflows and maximum reservoir water levels, considering the climate change. Here in the middle, we can see the results. We divide the results in 3 time periods: 2011, 2040, 2041, 2070, 2070 to 2100, and in first emission scenario. And we can observe in control period, this we consider as actual period, the floods are bigger than expected in the future. And in the bottom figures is the quantiles of the water outflow for the dam and the water level. In blue is control period. In red is emission scenario RCP 4.5, and in yellow RCP 8.5. Finally, to conclude, as I said, the future outflows discharge are expected to be equal or lower than in the current scenario. The maximum reservoir water levels are also expected to be lower. We did a bigger simulation, but despite this, the computational time is really short. So we consider this methodology great. And The methodology presented in this study will allow to conducting hydrological dam safety assessment studies in the dams with gated spillways considering the climate change. And finally, it will also allow to take decisions about required actions when either outflows discharge or maximum reservoir water levels are expected to increase in the future. And that's all. I expect I hit the time. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you, Enrico. This is the last presentation, so we have another half an hour to entertain all the questions that any of the audience may have for our presenters. So I hope we still have the presenters here, and if there, what I want to ask before we go into the question and answer session is if any of the presenters who has not presented yet want to go ahead and present their work. Is any of them who wants to? I think we had one or two presentations that were not done yet. So if we have any of the presenters, you're welcome to give an introduction to your talk. If not, we'll hear from you at a later time. So starting with questions and answer session, we have some questions for Karina. Is Karina here?
Yes, I'm here.
Karina, good to have you here again. So thank you for your presentation. I'm not sure if you can see any of the Q&A we have here for you. We have a couple of questions. So starting with the first one, how is the vulnerability index calculated? This was a question I had also myself. So let's hear from you.
What we make sorry, my English is not so good, but we make three samples. The first one it was with the weight of the elements. We compare it for the index. We compare it with the weight of the scenario, for example, 1.5, 1, 2, and 3 minutes. And we make with the weight of the element, the max element, of the scenario, and we compare the difference between the scenario, between the max difference, and we write this quotient of the one meter, the quotient between the weight of the scenario, between difference max in all the scenarios.
Sorry, Karina, I cannot hear you very well. I'm not sure for the rest of the participants. Can you adjust your microphone, perhaps? Is it? Okay. Yes. Can you
hear me better?
Yes, now I can hear you better. Go ahead.
Yes, we make a quotient between the weight of we calculate with the Hudson formula between the difference in all the scenarios with in conditional normal conditions for the design, and we make the difference with the weight of the line with the scenario of the sea level rise, for example, with normal condition between 1.5, for example, sea level rise, and then we compare the scenario with this form, and we obtain the vulnerability index, and we classify it with a low, medium, and high, and very high classification with a
Can you try to adjust the microphone a bit more, because the reception is not very clear, at least on my end. I cannot hear you very well. I'm not sure if this is on my end or if others also experience the same issue. Well, can you go to the previous setting when you were presenting? Because back then we heard you fine, but now the audio is a bit tricky. Maybe if you hold the microphone, maybe not shake the cable very much, maybe this helps.
I think that is fine.
For some reason, it sounds a bit scrambled, the voice, for some reason. I don't know if it is the internet issue or the audio.
Yeah, I changed to the sorry. I changed of the microphone.
Now we hear you better. Now we hear you better.
Sorry.
Okay. And also, in addition to the previous question, why was a 50-year return period used?
Yeah, because well, we try to make with the normal condition design, and we translate the period return to 5 years that we is the period return that we use normally for design, and we try to adaptate this normal condition for design to increase the sea level rise, and we try to look for that what happened with the normal condition design for breakwaters and how it impact this with the climate change. And it's because we select this period return.
And another question is why weren't RCMs used, and if there was any bias correction?
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
So Aklilu Asefa Tilahun is asking why were not RCMs used. I think RCMs stands for regional circulation models. Have you used this other than global circulation models?
No, we use the Mike 21 model, and we use this model because the sign of this the same high wave with this model, and then we try to get what happens with the sea level rise with conditional design, because we don't use global, we use
and was there any bias correction for the modeling?
No, we don't use correction.
Okay.
We use the normal condition bathymetry waves. We use the scenarios that we propose.
Okay. And was there any downscaling done to the study basing from the global circulation models? This is another question from the audience.
No.
No. Okay.
In University of Veracruz in Mexico, and we use these projections these projects are based in the measure of the tides and waves in this point, and with more or less than 64 years that measure, and the University of Veracruz it was the one that make a projection of the sea level rise, and that things that we use. And we propose the scenarios based to this projection and the more catastrophic projection that is 3 meters. It's very, very, very high. But it was the very catastrophic projection. The conservative projection is more or less 1.2 meters. We use 2 more catastrophic than 2 and 3 that is more catastrophic.
All right. Well, with that, I want to thank you again for presenting your work. Very interesting results. It got quite a good number of questions from the audience as well. Thank you again for your answers and for your presentation. Very interesting results. I will be keen to see more of this ahead, and wish you good luck in producing more results further to the work that you have presented. So, thank you again for your work and presenting here, Okana Karina. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good day.
Moving ahead with the second presenter, Figueroa Kuro Andres. Are they here?
Yes.
So I wanted to ask, in your work, you gave ahead some, you gave a good number of results again for different models. And my question is around these models. If you could give us some outline for the for any preference that you may have, considering assumptions and the representative ability of these of the results that you can get from these models. I'm not sure if
Well, about the models.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it may help to have the slide on for you to discuss the results or the models again. I'm not sure if David can help put up the slide, if this helps. David, can we have the presentation slide or?
Yes, I'm on it. I'm opening it. Can you tell me which one of these is?
So this is Figueroa Kuro Andres.
And the title?
This is on the analysis of future precipitation. The second one. The second. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry for that. All right. So go ahead. Go ahead. What will be your preference over these models, considering any assumptions for the models and their eventual representative ability for the modeled scenarios?
Well, to begin, I want to say that this study have a background about the representation of climate models in Peru. In Peru, there are 3 models that we can say that function well, that can have a function, have a median representative in the area, and one of them are EdGym GC. So this model have a previous study that check about the representation with all the CMIP6 models, and this model EdGym is one of them. So for this reason, I choose this model. Well, about downscaling, the model is not the best, but with downscaling, we can adjust some the representation.
Okay. And considering the assumptions of these models and the amount of data required, is this weighting positive or negative on your model selection? Is it too intensive amount of data needed, or more or less using the same assumptions as the other models?
The data, respect to the data?
Yeah,
Well,
the data or the assumptions that you need to employ, is any of these weighting negatively on the choice of the model that you have compared to the rest of the models that you have used?
Compared to the rest, sorry. Well, compared to the rest, this model have the representation as that the other ones. And I think that also, well, it's just because it was a recommendation, no? And positions, well, this is the first study using semi-6 models. Here in Peru, there are no lot of studies now with using some climate change scenario and also using downscaling, no? Also position, I think that this model can be improved with adjusting. Also well, I think that the precipitation have a lot of probably error, no? Because the precipitation is a little bit hard to represent, no, respect to other variables like temperature or humidity. But I think that it's a precipitation is a hard variable to work, no, for climate models. But I think that is like a first plot, no, first vision about how the precipitation can be in the future, no. So it's information that can be useful, I think, for policymakers or more.
Definitely. Very interesting. I do hope to see more of this work and very interesting results. I think you're getting to, of course, this is the start of comparison of these models and putting them to use. But I'm thinking that soon you will have some more comprehensive results to present. So I encourage you to keep at it, and looking forward to seeing more of this interesting work later on. Thank you so much, Andres Kuro. Thank you so much.
Thank you a lot for the to present my study. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. The next presenter is Pang Tianze.
Hi.
Hello again. Very lively presentation, very interesting as well. This goes on the ocean processes-based modeling. One question I have, as you suggested, this is a literature-based review study at the start of your representing what you found at the start of your research. And it is quite interesting. This is the point that you're making is something that we see one can see in different fields of research, which has to do that there is different language, different terminology, different criteria used. And as in your case, there may be a utility some point to come together as researchers and look at the different studies done in the different fields of research and see how we can unify or standardize a bit the criteria and nomenclature and all of the research that is being done so as to adjust, if you like, the weights make this criteria a bit more meaningful, considering the processes involved in a bit more holistic, more comprehensive manner. So I wanted to hear from you bit broadly what are the main takeaways on how would you suggest researchers might come together and be able to have a more holistic process-based focus to reshape these criteria, which one maybe have started initially from a simple question while looking at smaller scale processes, but then this has to be redressed. So how do you suggest in your field or in general people can attempt that?
Well, thanks for your question. Yeah, like this is I think this is just the challenge of the like for the coming researchers, because you know, like different researchers, their expertises are kind of are not that same. So like for example, someone focused on sedimentology, someone focused on oceanography, and some others from like focus on the like engineering, like some engineering for protection. So yeah, I would suggest if there are some possible like compound or combined modeling systems showing up. For example, there's one from NOAA called COAWST. That one like it contains the consideration of sediments and currents, flows, waves, sea levels, something like this. And so something similar to this, I believe their wide application can be a potential opportunity for relevant researchers realize like the coastal system is so complex. So we need to consider multiple factors which are actually working together in the natural processes to get their like results or their scientific findings. So but it is difficult. Yeah, because I just talked with my supervisor and colleagues about this from their different backgrounds. And yeah, so currently I find probably one PhD thesis cannot finish this all. It needs more efforts from different people, or even from different periods. So yeah, that's my idea about this question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I agree. I will add that as you cover one question in your PhD, you will probably find many more questions to answer. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
This is the way of research. So I agree with what you say. Thank you again very much, Tianze Pang, for your presentation and for your insights in this work. Thanks again, and
and thanks for your sharing. Thank you. Yeah,
my pleasure. My pleasure. We'll move ahead with the next presenter. This goes I guess here Abdullah Zil. But they're not here. Am I correct? So we're going to hear from Freitas Larissa, if they're here.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So Larissa presented on the ERA 5 land data versus ground data results. for the precipitation at 4 locations in Portugal. Thank you again for presenting. This is very interesting work, and it's amazing to me personally. This is a question that not only researchers but also I think engineers and those who inform policymakers, I think, need to be considering in our current situation, where we see so many disasters happening around the world, that increased frequencies, increased magnitude of disasters, and the question is how do you design? We're used to be designing with a certain return period, which corresponds to a certain hydrologic event, a certain precipitation, for example. And here you are doing some modeling with extreme values. You saw here, for example, the exceedance probability curve. You saw some models that perhaps you could have adjusted to some data that you have obtained using land or satellite data. And the question, a bit parallel to your presentation, is how can one adjust these extremes, these levels of extremes, because they are not so much extremes anymore. They're much more frequent events, both in terms of frequency and the magnitude becomes much more common, this extreme magnitude of precipitation. This means that perhaps we need to have some more flexible modeling, or some modeling that gives a bit more weight to the heavy tail of these events, or what was traditionally considered as a heavy tail. How do you think we should look into the future, given the climate change scenario?
Yeah, this research is just like the very beginning, where we validate this reanalysis data. In further steps of the research, we're going to address what you just said, like how can we bring this into our engineering projects? How should we approach this? And speaking from my personal view, I think bigger structures like dams and spillways and all of that will be adjusted, as someone else said, I'm not sure who, in this session. And yeah, I think we'll have to reevaluate, maybe bring in the concept of risk more into the design than we're doing today. So yeah, I think we have a long path ahead of us, especially in the design of these structures.
And this makes your work also quite relevant, because we will need to be considering the new data sets from recent precipitation, to be adjusting and reevaluating these models for more representative future hydrologic modeling scenario, to be able to generate such. So I do agree with your viewpoint, and I do hope to see more of this work ahead. What is the next step in your research, other than looking at this data and trying to do the adjustment of the models? What follows next?
Yeah, so the very next step will be adjusting. We have already done it and hope to present in a future Congress. It is evaluating IDF curves from Era 5 land data and the ones that we have right now in Portugal. So we hope to present it in next year Congress. And right now we are expanding this research for the entirety of Portugal. So right now we're in this work, we're working with 4 points. For the IGF, we expanded to 8, and now we are working with 1,000 points that cover the entirety of Portugal mainland territory. So it's expanding this to the entire territory and see how we can maybe regionalize, make regions and incorporate, for example, Luis's research on temperature to create some assessments of which regions are the worst that need more planning and more adaptation to climate change in the next few years. So, yeah.
Very interesting, and your work has direct applications, which I hope will be very fast uptaken by policymakers in Portugal. Thank you very much, Larissa. Very good presentation, and thank you for answering. Thank you for your insights, and looking forward to seeing more of your work in the future. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. We'll move ahead to the next presenter. This goes, well, Carboni, Andrea, I think are they here? I think not, which I think makes us to jump onto the next presenter, FEW Pan A on the morphological response of the Chikugo River to climate change events.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for your presentation. Very interesting work. I have to say that this is very intensive work. It involves a lot of extensive and time-consuming field work. To collect all of these data for the river stretches is quite an important feat. Which probably also takes some good amount of time, correct? I mean, how long does this data gathering campaign take to complete, just for one of these?
Data, actually, this data, the government collected this data every 5 years since 1953, before 1953. So very precious data. Government collected almost 5 years interval, and if disasters occur, they collect right after the disaster. So we got this data from the government.
And does this take a month to complete on average for this length?
Yes, exactly, exactly. Because the data is like a river cross section, because very old data, and we only have the river elevation and their distance. So it's like it took a long time to analyze, to calculate all these river cross section, to calculate elevation for every 200-meter interval for every survey data. Yes,
exactly.
It takes a lot of time. Yes.
Exactly. It will take a lot of time. The hope, I think, in this, well, regardless, it is definitely a very important data set. But hopefully it happens. This collection of data for each time is completed, hopefully representing a snapshot where there is not a lot of geomorphic activity during the collection, hopefully. So because you don't want to have, for example, sampled the half upstream of the river, and then there is another event, and there is there is more deposition, for example, further downstream in the second half of the river, which will mean that the data set collected may not be meaningful. But obviously this is looked into and probably carefully considered, and your results, the results that you show are quite meaningful. They seem to be having an interesting story to say. My question to you is, if you think, because if you think that this collection of data is quite time consuming, And you do have the cause, which results in these geomorphic chains, which is effectively the flow rate. If you have the flow rate available or precipitation leading to the flow rate, and you can see what the result is, which is the geomorphic chains also distributed along the different segments of the river. If you have this as input and output, can you select a certain model which will be matching this data well that you have collected, and which will help perhaps get to results about what is the predicted change in the future, perhaps a bit faster than having to collect this data at the time again in the field?
Yes, thank you very much for your very nice questions. Actually, this is a very initial step. We are trying to model, because from this analyze survey data, we analyze sediments mainly deposited in the middle stream. So our idea is we want the sediments for the downstream area gassy, because there is a tidal flat. There is a sandy tidal flat, and also in the past, because of the sediment extraction, the shale gauge on this tidal flat decreased. So we need sediment from this river to maintain the tidal flat, sandy tidal flat. But from this, we knew the sediments mainly deposited in the middle stream. So this is the initial step. Now we are trying to reproduce the riverbed and then recalculate the sediment flags into the area gassy during this disaster events. Yeah, this is the actually initial step of this study.
So is your goal to develop a model for assessing the geomorphic changes, or apply one of the existing perhaps models?
Just
to
apply.
see what
I am not
apply.
developing any model. I will apply model, but reproducing the riverbeds, the history of this riverbed, because we have the actual collected data. So we will reproduce the riverbed changes, and then we will get the how sediment floods change from the past to these climate change events.
Very interesting. It will be very important also for this region to have a model that works, given the data that you have available. Because tomorrow, if we know a precipitation event, we might be able to give a better estimation as to what to expect, where we may want to locate any huge erosion or deposition events. This will be quite interesting to see, because you will probably be able to locate also where these deposition or erosional processes might be happening. So I will be looking forward to seeing more of your results in the future events. And thank you for presenting. Thank you for answering the questions, and looking forward to hearing more from you in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope I can contribute more information about this process. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Now we have our next presenter, Zimei Gerima. Are they? Well, they're not here, so we'll move ahead to Enrique Soriano, right? Is
Yes.
Zimei Gerima here?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. So Zimei Gerima, thank you for your presentation. You presented on the SenCity experimental device. My question to you is if there is a strong dependence on the tree and/or soil type, and what guided your choice for the specific trees and soil type that you have used? What are the design considerations in selecting these for the SenCity?
Do you hear me? Yes.
Do you want me to repeat my question?
No, good. Yes, there are some impact about soil and also tree. Because in summer, for example, if we have many leaves, we can have a more conservation, but just a part of drainage. But some we have silty soil who can contain who can contain a water, important water. We can reduce a part of drainage also. And which is important also it is the volume of soil planting. If we have more volume, we can have more retention. But the fact is, if we have more retention, sometimes we can have a flooding, which is not good for planting. So it is the reason why we need to have a good drainage to evacuate quickly a water after. I don't know if I was clear. I'm not very good in English.
No, that's quite fine. That's quite fine. And do you envisage applying this at a certain region? Has this been already used? And do you envisage its application to expand? What do you foresee?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah. With regard to the real world application of this urban drainage system,
Yes.
do you foresee that this will be used more often in certain regions in France or somewhere else? Do you think more of this?
Yes.
be-
But I think the final goal of my it is to replace actual street trees with stormwater trees. And in my thesis, I make my thesis with some design office hydrasol. So we put stormwater tree experimental in the real condition. And the difference of my sensitive devices for this stormwater tree, we make some, how to say, storage layer, which is different. And we can have many configuration of stormwater tree. So you need to have just a good ratio. A good ratio is the surface drainage and surface infiltration. So the final goal is to put some water tree in a real condition and try to replace elementary street trees with some water tree.
That's good. That's good. I'm very hopeful that we will see more of these urban drainage systems to be applied. It is very important. This is not very much put forward, but I think urban drainage systems are very important, like the one you present here. They're very important in allowing store more of the rainwater, and doing so more efficiently will help alleviate any flood peaks. So any more stores that we can get of flood water using such urban drainage systems is going to be helping to alleviate and mitigate any of the flood issues that we see are increasing worldwide. So I want to thank you for showing this urban drainage system, and I do hope more of this work comes up forward. So
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
After Zima Gerima, we're going to hear from Enrique Soriano. Enrique presented on the climate change impacts on hydrological dam safety using a stochastic rainfall generator. Is Enrique here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. It is extremely important, I have to say, to use such process-based models from rainfall all the way to help assessing any risk to dams. and what is any risk factors that might contribute to the collapse of or catastrophic collapse of dams. We have seen the last year some such failures. They can have unseen consequences, and I'm referring to the case in Libya we saw half a year ago, I think, and these we have dam failures worldwide. Even in the UK, we had a number of years some dam failures, luckily without any impact on people other than infrastructure. I see we don't have also a lot of time ahead, but my first question to you is how do you foresee using these results from your models to eventually inform policymakers for the risk to dams? Because many dam owners will have dams for which or a number of dams which they will not know which one to prioritize. They will have a number of risk factors. How do you translate these numbers from your results to a risk factor which you can easily communicate to dam owners to tell them this dam is at higher risk than some other?
Okay, thanks for the question and summarize my work. Yeah, well, these studies focus on the dam fail for overtopping. Maybe there are another problems of the boundaries or something like that. And answering your question, I think we didn't, but a good approach is maybe compare the results without climate change, and we say maybe in the future the floods increase, so you have to increase, I don't know, 10% of the maximum now, so you have to rebuild your spillway maybe 2 meters, and you can resist the floods. Maybe you don't have to build another dam or new dam. Maybe with a little building you can improve your safety dam.
Okay. Thank you very much again, Enric.
Thank you very much.
I know we have pressure for time, and with that, I will thank Enric. I will thank all of the presenters who were here today, as well as everyone from our audience for sharing great questions, and for the presenters and for the hosts of our session to help in having a very interesting, very lively and engaging session. So with that, I will leave it to David Ferras and Ariana Varani, the next host, to move ahead with the continuation of the event. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you very much, Manusos, for your great sharing, and also to all the authors presenting their work. So yeah, now I would like to pass the word to Ariana Varani and Ingrid Silva, who are the next host of the next session. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, David. Now, welcome to the next session, which is about groundwater hydraulics and management. My name is Ingrid Silva, and together with Ariana Varani, I will be hosting this session. The session have 5 authors presenting their posters. Each presentation lasts 6 minutes, but because we are fewer this time, maybe you can talk a bit longer, but not too long though. And at the end of the session, at the end of the presentations, we will continue with a 30 minutes coffee break with the 2 shares of the session. So for the attendees and the authors, you are invited to raise your hand, to ask your questions in the Q&A. And for those authors or speakers that are not panelists yet, please raise your hands. Before we start, I would like to introduce ourselves, the host, and also the chairs. So as a host, we have Arianna Barrani, who is the doctor and is a research assistant at the Institute of Geophysics, Polish Academy of Science. And her research focus are sediment transport and geomorphology of large and medium-sized rivers and transport of microplastic in freshwater environments. About myself, I'm a civil engineer with PhD in soil mechanics. My research focus was internal erosion in embankment dams. And I have right now like 6 years of experience working as a consultant of dam safety consultant in Sweden and also in Latin America. The chairs, we have Professor Alberto Guadagnini.
That's perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Who is Professor of Hydraulic Engineering at the Politecnico di Milano and Director of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. He is also adjunct professor at the Department of Hydrology and Atmospheric Science of the University of Arizona. And his main research activity is related to the qualitative and quantitative aspects of groundwater systems and underground energy resources. He was also elected member of the European Academy of Science and Arts in 2021. We also have Mi Lin. She is a water specialist in the World Bank with a major in natural resources management. She holds a PhD in natural resources science with a focus on groundwater management and has 12 years experience in project management and water environmental research. She is currently supporting the analytical studies and operational projects of water global practices with a regional focus on East Africa, including projects in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia. So now Alberto can proceed to introduce the speakers.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you, Arianna, for the nice presentation, and thanks to Mi-Ling, actually, for co-chairing the session with me. If you don't mind, before starting with the speakers, I would like, I see in the audience, I would like to invite Gabriela Calderon from the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network to give a few words to address the audience. And Gabriela is actually deputy head of the scientific committee and in the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. And I'm very happy to have her with us. So please, Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alberto Guadagnini, Min Lin, and Ingrid Silva and Arianna Barrani. Thank you very much. Is it possible? Can I make a short presentation, or is it too?
Of course. We have time,
great.
So it will be a pleasure.
Great. Where can I share?
Well, that's the challenge. You cannot
share.
So
yes.
I'm joking.
Here it is.
Okay.
Here it is.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Lovely. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Let me just, can you see it correctly now?
Yeah. Perfect.
Great. So thank you very much. I am Gabriela Calderon from Argentina, and I am representing the UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. I am, as you said, a deputy head of the scientific committee, and I am also a researcher at the National University of Mar del Plata. So this Groundwater Youth Network from UNESCO, the aims of the network are to enhance the engagement of youth in addressing water security issues, creating a network of groundwater ambassadors of change, empowering young groundwater professionals and supporting their development, involving youth in decision-making processes too, promoting the youth participation in international groundwater events and activities such as this one, Also identifying key points, key joint priorities to implement initiatives related to groundwater and youth, and integrate the youth perspective in the presentation of UNESCO's intergovernmental hydrological programs, groundwater activities and events. And we have different committees like the steering committee, the scientific committee, in which I am part, which I'm part of, and the partnership committee, outreach committee, communication committee, and project coordination committee. And we also, as I said, we participate in different high-level events, such as the UN Water Summit on Groundwater, which was developed last year in Paris. And there we established a youth forum and a Groundwater Youth Declaration, which was one of the first declarations by the youth regarding groundwater. And also this year, I was part of the UN 2023 Water Conference representing the UNESCO Groundwater network, and we took part in different events there in the organization of this huge and super important high-level event regarding water. We were also speakers at different events. And also this year, in the last weeks, I was also part of the UNESCO Youth Forum, which took part in Paris last week. And we are also working on, with other members, of course, of the network, also working on next year's World Water Forum in Bali. And we also, we were established in 2022, last year, in the World Water Forum in Dakar. So this is a very important event for us too. And we also participate in different scientific events, such as this one this year as a sponsor. And last year too, we also hosted this, I also took part in this hosting and being a chair of this important session at this event. And also we took part in different scientific events regarding climate risks and vulnerability, and also co-hosting and co-organizing the doctoral conference in Zagreb. So we encourage young professionals and students working on groundwater to join our network. So here is the QR code if you want to join, and our social media if you want to follow us. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. This is me again, and yeah, any questions or whatever, I'm open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabriela, I see that there is a lot of emphasis on sustainable development goals and everything related to sustainability about this. I'm just curious, okay, can you give us a couple of concrete examples of actions that you are undertaking so that the audience can benefit from those? I mean, I don't want to take too much of your time, just a couple of examples.
No, it's fine. We took part in different, some members of the group took part in also other important high-level events, such as the ECOSOC Youth Forum this year in April in New York, and also the high-level political forum, which was part of the pre-events regarding the SDG summit in September. So we are trying to be there to put our voices, to be heard from the youth perspective regarding groundwater management and the importance of groundwater in the context of climate change. Also, this youth forum in Paris, the main topic of the forum was climate change, the social impact of climate change, and the need for equitable transition. And we tried to put our voices and to speak regarding the importance of groundwater and vulnerability and pollution regarding groundwater and those risks regarding groundwater. And yeah, that's
wonderful. Great. I mean, thank you.
But I mean that's in this high level events regarding in the UN system, right? In the UN or the UNESCO. But we are also trying to encourage young professionals to participate in this type of scientific events. And we have within the scientific committee, we have different working groups, and some of them are working on groundwater governance, and others are working on the surface and groundwater relationships. Others are working on monitoring. We're also preparing a document regarding monitoring of groundwater in different countries around the world. So this is what we are working on.
Monitoring and actually data acquisition, so high quality data acquisition, and with that dense network, it's really a challenge with reference to groundwater. So I'm happy to hear this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alberto, and everyone. I am so sorry that I will have to go and I won't be able to listen much because I have another meeting right now, but I will try to listen a couple of minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So my suggestion is that we can start with the presentations and then we can move on with the coffee time. And so the first speaker, if I understood correctly, is Chiara Manacero. Is Manacero or Manacero?
It's Manacero.
Manacero. That's what I figured. Sorry, Chiara. And Chiara is actually coming from Lima, Peru, and she's going to talk about climate responses and water balance dynamics in a critical area in Peru. We're talking about oasis areas. And so, Chiara, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, hello everyone. Today I will be sharing insights from a recent study conducted in the arid regions of northern Peru, especially focused on the effects of climate variability on oases or terminal lagoons. So the study examines the effects of climate variability, particularly the El Niño phenomenon, that it's a very frequently phenomenon that occurs here in Peru. And we will examine the water levels dynamic on oases or terminal lagoons in these areas. The arid regions in this area faces considerable stress due to water and use for agriculture and the needs of nearby populations. The study centers around the El Cañoncillo conservation area, that is a private conservation area, which is home to 3 lagoons that provide support for local communities and maintain the biodiversity in this area. To investigate the effects of climate variability, the research team, me and my co-author, employ hydroclimatological data such as precipitation, temperature, that we obtain from a close station that is called Guadalupe. This data was processed and then we calculate the potential evapotranspiration was calculated using the Hargrevens and Samani method. And also a very important part was that we estimate the impact of El Niño through analysis of E, that is Eastern Pacific, and C, Central Pacific indices, based on the surface temperature discomposition. Also, groundwater recharge was determined using a daily water balance approach, considering precipitation, potential evapotranspiration, and at least net groundwater inflow was estimated with conductance of the lagoon's bed sediments. These samples were taken 2 weeks ago and now are in the lab, so soon we will have more results of this. Also, lagoon characteristic as depth volume area curves were assessed using single beam and RTK method. The results we have right now reveals a significant reduction in water levels in the Cañoncillo conservation area in recent decades, with a notable link to climate variability, particularly to El Niño phenomenon since 2002. Aside from intense El Niño events, we have a decline in precipitation, emphasize the importance of considering climate factors in oasis studies. This finding sheds light of the intricate relationship between climate variability and groundwater recharge, which is vital for the long-term management and conservation effort in this arid region. So in a few conclusions is that the notable reduction in lagoons water levels in the Cañoncillo could be primarily linked to climate variability, especially El Niño. And we have recently have a lot of these events, especially El Niño Costero has been big this year So we need to study more of these events. This scenario worsened with extensive surroundings, agriculture, and groundwater exploitation. Also in Peru, we have a very big problem with fiscalization of this exploitation of groundwater. So this highlights the vulnerability to oasis, lagoons, and arid regions. So in futures plan, we include the implementation of a data logger sensor network for water level monitoring and the establishment of participation monitoring of the local community. These strategies aim to advance our understanding of the oasis or terminal hydrology and facilitate climate resilience water management to the area. So that's for now for this, and I hope, yeah, I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chiara. Alberto, are we gonna have one question per presentation? If so, I actually would like to, because I haven't seen any other questions from the chat, feel free to put your questions in the chat, all the colleagues. But I do have an immediate question from Chiara. Can you walk us through the figures that you have in the poster? I found this is really interesting, but I have problem in seeing it closer, so it would be great for you to walk us through a little bit. Yes.
Okay, so the first figure is a map of the area. We can see we have agriculture area close to the area. We have in yellow and in pink, we have the area, and we have the river very close. We have a lot of variants. We have a river with a lot of flow, and we're making studies with the water river and the water in the lagoon, so we can see if there's a relationship in this, if the water comes from the river or maybe comes from more of the precipitation. And we can see very close the ocean, so that's why El Niño, the phenomenon, we assume that this could be a very strong effect on the lagoons. Then we have the second figure, so we can see a very strong relationship in 2002. If we can see in the, yeah, that's right, there we can see a very strong change in the precipitation. And in this year, we don't have a lot of data of the area, but we talked to the Popio community, the community there, and they told us that year the lagoons were like, they had the most amount of water that they have had in a lot of years. So that suggests us that also the Niño, and they also like the major problem we have in this study is the lack of data. There's no groundwater data. There's the meteorological data. It's also that it stops for moments. So yeah, the information that the community told us, like, we take it very seriously. So yeah, in this year they told us that the water was bigger. So and then we saw the correlationship. And then we have the last figure that are the area of the lagoons that we made on QGIS, and we can see the reduction that has been occurring in these last few years.
Thank you. Over to you, Alberto.
I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
No, I would like to thank you very much, Chiara. I think over to Alberto for introducing the next speaker. You cannot.
I'm really sorry. For some reason, the internet went down in the university. I'm serious. So, I don't know. I really apologize with Chiara Manastero. I'm really sorry. Okay. So
It's okay. So Dr. Guadagnini, since you just reconnect, we just had one question asked. So Kira has walked us through the poster picture. We will have some more time to delve into this deeper in our Q&A session. But now I guess we can go ahead to the next speaker.
Yeah, but I should apologize really with Chiara. I'm connected with the hotspot of my cell phone, just to give you an idea
Yes,
of how
don't worry.
now. I really apologize. So okay, so let's move on with the next speaker. And my understanding is that the next speaker is going to be Mohammad Hutman, who is going to talk about multiple input, multiple outputs, and long-term short memory modeling approaches, and it's joint collaboration between Hong Kong and Saudi Arabia. So please, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right, so let me start my presentation. Should I need to share the screen? All right. So good afternoon, everyone. And in Hong Kong, it's late night. So today I would like to make my presentation on actually a poster presentation on groundwater level prediction using a multi-input, multi-output LSTM model. So the idea is using the multi-input, multi-output is that if we have multiple sensor locations and then we want to predict the groundwater level prediction for all those sensor locations. So instead of using multiple models, we can use a single LSTM model to make the prediction across all the sensors. So basically, we get the data from a site located in Hong Kong, and then as shown in the figure 1, so we collect the data. That the data includes the groundwater level and also the antecedent rainfall. And then we used this data to train our LSTM model. So we first divide the data into training, which is 80%, and then 20% for the testing. And then based on the training data, we train our multi-input, multi-output LSTM model. And then for this one, for this case study, we use 3 sensors data to train the machine learning model. And then we made the prediction. And then after that, we evaluate our machine learning model based on coefficient of determination R2 score. So the results from this multi-input, multi-output LSTM model is shown in figure 2. So figure 2 is showing that the ability of this model to concurrently learn and predict groundwater level response across multiple sites. But nonetheless, 2 key differences are noticed. So the first one, that the model is unable to capture the peak values which are crucial in groundwater modeling, and then it's limited in accuracy while predicting the low frequency variation, particularly observed in figure 2a. But in terms of model accuracy, the R2 score for each sensor location, for the first one, the R2 score was 0.92. For second sensor location, it was 0.77, and then for the third one, it's 0.64. So based on these results, we can conclude that there is a hope that we can use this multi-input, multi-output LSTM model, because it shows the model can efficiently predict the groundwater level prediction. But there is still a need to improve this model based on we can integrate the domain specific information to enhance its performance. So that's all from me. If you guys have any question,
Thank you very much. Should we ask questions now, or should we wait for the break for later? So should we finish the
Yes, Alberto, I guess we agreed to have one question immediately after this session, and then
But
At the Q&A, we have more questions.
so can I ask a question about this? Because I was very intrigued by your poster, and I wanted to ask you the following. In the machine learning sphere, okay, well, we know, okay, so people know that these deep learning models require training actually on very large data sets for effective generalizations, okay? And typically in the hydrological community, people just train those on data from one hydrological basin. So my question is, I understand that you train the model with data from one hydrological basin. That's my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong and maybe I misunderstood. So what is your feeling about this? What is your experience?
Actually, we train our machine learning model. So basically, multi-input means we are training the machine learning model with multiple sensors, which is located at different locations.
Yeah, but in one basin, right?
Yep.
Okay, that was my only point. So what is your feeling? Do you think that you can generalize the performance of your system, or should it be best, in your opinion, to try to invest in additional monitoring in several types of basins, hydrological basins, maybe under diverse conditions, and then come up with a generalization of the approach? I'm just asking your opinion.
Yeah, it's actually, I agree with your opinion because there is always a room to improve. So there is always a room like you need to build some models that can eventually you can deploy on the real world. So if you add more data to the model, you can eventually training the model that it can efficiently predict the groundwater level in the real time. So I totally agree with your opinion.
Wonderful. Thank you, and thank you for the nice presentation and work.
Thank you.
So, Milin, would you like to introduce the next speaker?
Please go ahead, Alberto. I will introduce the rest too. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have only one additional speaker, right? That was my understanding. So that's why I want, but that's okay.
That's okay. Please go ahead. Yes, no problem.
Okay. So the next speaker, okay, is going to talk about nitrate removal from groundwater. Okay, and so we're talking about hydraulic response time. And is it going to be Graciela Sanchez Hidalgo?
Hello.
Yes. Hi, Graciela. How are you? Everything good?
Yes.
Good
afternoon.
I'm looking forward to your talk. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Graciela, and I am going to present to you this research effect of hydraulic retention time on nitrate removal from groundwater using cork cups as carbon source work in Universidad Tecnológica de Panamá. Nitrate is one of the most common anthropogenic contaminants found in groundwater, primarily originating from the excessive use of fertilizer in the agricultural sector. Permeable reactive barriers are a technology used to treat these waters installed underground perpendicular to the path of contaminated groundwater. Studies have demonstrated the potential of agricultural residues in nitrate removal through the denitrification process, providing a carbon source and biofilm support for denitrifying microorganisms. Therefore, this study conducted a column trial simulating a permeable reactive barrier to evaluate the effect of hydraulic retention time on nitrate removal using colcom as a carbon source in tropical climate conditions, contributing to alternative for remediating nitrate contaminated groundwater. In methodology, the flow of contaminated groundwater is located in an elevated tank and passed through the column filled with colcom using a piston flow, as shown in Figure 1. Flow control valves regulate the flow of the column outlets to assess the hydraulic retention time. This experiment was conducted continuously for 52 days, evaluating hydraulic retention times of 7 hours, 16 hours, and 24 hours. The corn cob is the grainless husk of maize and is an extensively generated agriculture residue in Panama, as shown in Figure 2. Results. The denitrification rate increased as the hydraulic retention time becomes shorter. This was due to shorter hydraulic retention time, resulting in higher nitrate load in the column, leading to an increased removal rate. Therefore, a shorter hydraulic retention time and a higher flow rate increases the denitrification rate in the corn cob column system. Higher removal efficiency was obtained with longer hydraulic retention times. A stable elimination efficiency of over 99% was observed when the hydraulic retention time was 24 hours, while a slight fluctuation and reduction were noted for of 16 and 7 hours. Figure 3 illustrates the behavior, and Table 1 displays the obtained values. Scanning and electron microscopy images show that the corn cobs after the denitrification treatment exhibit more cracks compared to fresh corn cobs, as shown in Figure 4. The more porous structure post-treatment are significant as they allow for better adherence of microorganisms, favoring the denitrification process. Through EDS, it was discovered that compared to fresh carbon, the intensity of carbon element distribution in the carbon sources increased after release. This rise could be attributed to increased decomposition during carbon release due to the treatment duration. In conclusion, the corn cob provided a sustained source of carbon for the denitrification process and could be used as reactive material for remediating nitrate-contaminated groundwater in impermeable reactive barrier for in situ application with an hydraulic retention time equal to or greater than 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graciela. That was a wonderful talk and a fascinating topic. I mean, I was looking at the pictures, and actually the corn cob, it's a wonderful and exciting porous medium to study. I mean, it looks like it is rich of a lot of physics. And if I may ask a question, I'm talking about experimental uncertainty and reproducibility and repeatability of the experiment. Can you say a few words about this? So how many replicates of the experiments did you do?
Ingrid, ¿me puedes ayudar con la traducción?
Oh, yes, yes. Well, first he say, I will help assist Graciela with some translations. She sounds her conversational English. Is so much she might not understand everything you said. But Graciela, Alberto, at first, he congratulates you for your presentation and your talk. He said that it's a very interesting subject and you explain it very well. And he also was, what his question was about the repeatability of your experiments. How repeatable are your experiments, and did you repeat how many times did you do experiments? Is that correct, Alberto?
Yeah. I was wondering if there were several replicates of the experiment. Which is exactly what you said. And the experimental error or uncertainty associated with those replicates. If there are some information about that. If not,
exactly. Yeah, so entonces Graciela in Spanish now. So Graciela te felicitó por tu presentación. Dijo que lo presentaste muy bien, muy ordenado y que el tema es muy interesante. Ahora él quiere saber sobre la repetibilidad de tus experimentos. ¿Cuántas veces hiciste el experimento y si has evaluado qué tan repetible es? ¿Tú
El
puedes?
experimento se hizo por triplicado para cada uno de los tiempos de retención hidráulico. En la figura 1 se puede ver el banco de pruebas. Hay 3 columnas.
Yeah, I will translate.
To me,
She
it was clear, but if
Ah,
you
for
need
it
to
was
explain
clear
that,
because you speak Italian, so perfect. Yes, so it's
no,
very
no, no.
similar.
I mean, unfortunately, I cannot speak Spanish well. I can understand it, but that's okay.
Okay.
But if you need to translate for the audience, I'm fine. Okay. Please.
Okay. Okay. So for the audience, then I will translate. And what Graciela mentioned is that she did experiment 3 times, and that was Graciela. ¿Tú lo repetiste una vez? ¿Para qué condición?
Es por triplicado, o sea que tiene 3 réplicas. Y en el banco de pruebas hay 3 columnas, o sea que estas 3 columnas se sometieron a las mismas condiciones o a los mismos parámetros de evaluación.
Okay, that the bank of the pool of test she have 3 columns, and the 3 columns were subjected to the same conditions.
Wonderful. Well, you addressed my question just fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry.
No, you shouldn't. I mean, you did a wonderful job. So we have a question from the audience. Can we read it right now, or should we? I suggest we can read it. I mean, so okay. Okay. So there is David Wagner, who is asking how could this approach of using corn cobs for nitrate removal be applied in a, let me call it, field scale, I'm assuming agricultural setting. So how do you deploy these in the field? You can translate, Ingrid.
Yes, Graciela, te están preguntando que cómo puedes aplicar tu estudio para la parte de agricultura o en el campo.
El objetivo de la investigación era verificar si en condiciones de Panamá nosotros podíamos utilizar este residuo agrícola como una fuente de carbono en el proceso de desnitrificación.
Okay, so she said that they did this study to check if they can use these components in the process of desnitrification in Panama.
Entonces, como la fuente principal de contaminación del nitrato es el uso excesivo de fertilizantes, y en Panamá,
So because the first source of contamination of nitrato is the use of fertilizers.
Fertilizers.
Fertilizers, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
La aplicación principal es que en estos mismos sitios donde se desarrolla la agricultura para la producción de maíz se pueda aplicar una barrera reactiva permeable utilizando
So they aim to apply this study in the corn field in Panama. So okay, could you continue? That was a brief.
se puede aplicar en estos mismos sitios en donde se desarrolla esta agricultura, en donde sabemos que se utilizan fertilizantes de base nitrogenada.
Okay, so the focus is pretty much in the cornfields in Panama, where they use fertilizants of nitrogen base.
Okay.
Explain myself.
So let's say that my understanding is that we are talking about mostly almost at the level of proof of concept, and then you increase the TRL in the future in the field. So David, many thanks for your question, and I understand that we have one additional speaker, and I will leave the floor to Milene to introduce.
Yeah. Thank you, Graciela.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Borghini, and thank you so much for the speaker. My name is Milene. I'm a water specialist from the World Bank. Since we didn't have a chance to give speakers to introduce themselves very extensively, I will save the time during our coffee break that we can introduce more in depth. And I will also mention a few of my thoughts on your presentations that time. So I will introduce our last speaker. He's Luis Eduardo Bertotto. He's gonna presenting a poster about evaluation of the repeatability capacity of temperature measurements in heated fiber optics for quantifying soil moisture content at the laboratory scale. Over to you, Luis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. So hello, everyone. I'm Luis Bertotto, a PhD student at University of São Paulo, Brazil. And today I'm presenting some results of my master dissertation here entitled Evaluation of the Repeatability Capacity of Temperature Measurements in Heated Fiber Optics for Quantifying Soil Moisture Content at the Laboratory Scale. So in this study, we used a coupled fiber optic distributed temperature system to quantify soil moisture at the lab scale. To perform this, when we talk about this kind of technology in the context of exploring unsaturated soils properties, we usually refer to the actively heated method, in which a thermal perturbation is generated in the soil in order to properly interpret the hydraulic and thermal and physical properties of the unsaturated media. So in this study, as the figure one is presenting us, we constructed a small-scale experiment using a 1 meter long, 200 millimeters experimental tube, in which the soil was positioned with a total height of 13 centimeters and at a depth of 6 centimeters, as figure 1.c is showing to us. We positioned it along with the fiber optic cable that monitored the temperature, a metallic alloy in which a electrical current was generated and further generated the heating of the soil, which was detected by the DTS unit. So through the application of a heat pulse in this alloy, we were able to quantify soil moisture. For this, we used the equation 1, which presents the cumulative temperature increase method developed by Said in 2010, hereafter referred as the Tecan method. So in regard of the repeatability capacity of these measurements, we submitted this experimental horizontal profile to 2 cycles of saturation and drainage and evaporation. Here I'm referring to this cycle as SDE cycles, during which the soil moistures, represented by the Greek letter theta, varied over time. So our objective was to use pairs of theta-Tecan data from the first cycle to construct a calibration curve relating these 2 variables, and data from the second SDE cycle to validate this curve. So from the results, we used a second-degree polynomial model to represent the relationship between soil moisture and the cumulative temperature method with a R-square of 0.99. The most interesting results we obtained from this study is presented in figure 2, in which we can see in the vertical axis the estimated soil moisture obtained from this calibration curve, and on the horizontal axis the observed soil moisture, which was obtained from punctual soil moisture sensors that were buried in the same horizontal soil profile as the fiber optic cable. So what you can see looking at figure 2 is that as the observed soil moisture is increasing, the scatter of the points around the gray line of the one-to-one relationship also is increasing, which indicates that the error is greater for for higher soil moisture, for wettest condition, wettest soil moisture condition. Numerically, we can see that, for example, for a theta higher than 0.21, the root mean square error were something around 0.08, while for the theta lower than 0.21, the root mean square error was only of 0.012. So based on these results, we attributed this behavior due to thermohysteresis. That is, the thermal response of the soil following the application of a heat impulse exhibit thermohysteresis behavior in relation to our reference measurements, which are performed using punctual soil moisture sensors. And we hypothesized that this happened because the second saturation cycle that the soil was submitted altered its macropores. This makes sense if we take in consideration that our soil is a sandy clay loam, that is a soil composed by 62% of sand, 26% of clay, and 12% of silt. That is, we have a lot of fine mineral fraction. And if once again we look at figure 2, we see that the fine mineral fraction that retains the water at lowest soil moisture condition are not the source of the error. If we look at higher values, that is the moisture that is retained by the coarse mineral fraction is the one that represents the source of the error in our estimative. So that's why we believe that the soil macropores were affected by this second saturation, drainage, evaporation cycle. So regardless of this increasing error as function of theta, these results demonstrated the potentiality of using actively heated fiber optic methods coupled with a distributed temperature system to investigate soil moisture at the lab scale. So this is just a some preliminary results. At this point, we are objecting to implement this under field conditions here in Brazil, in a region that is particularly interesting in the concern of groundwater management, because we have here an outcrop area of the Guarani aquifer system, and we intend to use this technology to better understand how water fluxes are occurring within this particularly important region. So that's it. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much, Louis. Please feel free to raise your questions, all the colleagues. I do have a question for you, Louis. Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation about the soil moisture measurements. I would like to have a starting, just for the benefits of the audience, want to hear from you about the general introduction about what are the general methods for soil moisture so far, and why this AHFO is something has good potential. Like, what is the advantage of this AHFO method? Thank you.
Great, sure. So if you take a look at what we have at this point regarding soil moisture measurement, we can see that in one side we have a lot of punctual sensors. We have TDR, we have capacitive sensors that allow us to measure soil moisture in a very precise way, but only in the punctual scale. And on the other hand, we have remote sensing such as SMAP and other satellite data that we can use to estimate soil moisture at broader areas, but the resolution is not that good. I mean, it's good, but it's not as good as a punctual sensor. So there is a gap between the small scale and the broader scale. And this kind of technology, although we implemented in a very small scale experiment, it has the ability to measure from the meters to the kilometers scales of data. So it measures temperature, so it can, I'm not sure, but I believe the most precise DTS equipment in the available today is able to measure every 12.5 centimeters. So every 12.5 centimeters, we have a temperature measurement. So if we extend I don't know, 1 kilometer of fiber optic in the field, we can just fill in with this gap of the intermediate scale of measurements of soil moisture. That's the greatest advantage of applying this sort of technology.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we have finished all our presentations for this groundwater session. Now I will hand over to Dr. Guadagnini for the coffee break, and so he can share some of his reflections on the posters and maybe raise the questions, and then I will follow after that. I would also encourage authors to introduce themselves while they, respond to those feedback or respond to the questions, follow-up questions. So over to you, Dr. Guadagnini.
Thank you very much. So I would suggest we start from the first speaker, Chiara Monastero, and I would like Chiara to step up and say a few words about herself so that she can introduce herself to the audience. Hopefully she's still here. And if she's not, okay, then we're still okay. Okay. And we can talk, we can leave the floor to Muhammad Usman. Muhammad, I saw you. Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So can you say a few words introducing yourself, and then we can have a short discussion about your research, its significance and impact, so that we can share our views on the topic that you are tackling. We had actually very different talks, and I'm very happy about that because we had a broad range of topics which were tackled during this session.
Mm-hmm.
Please.
All right, so I'll start with my name. So my name is Muhammad Usman. I'm from Pakistan, but now currently I'm in Hong Kong, like for almost 4 years. So I did my bachelor's from Pakistan, and then I completed my MPhil from Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. My MPhil was in civil engineering. So the research topic that I chose during my MPhil was more related to time series prediction using machine learning. So right now I'm working as an instructional assistant in computer science department.
Thank you very much. And in terms of your research, I actually like it very much as a key idea, okay? Because with the increased availability of a lot of information, we somehow need to make sense of all of them. And the point is that sometimes there is no clear relationship between the different types of inputs to a system and the way they can be related in some meaningful or reasonable way to the outputs. And I mean, several of these tools have been evolving, including also some physics of the processes which are based, which we are considering. And so, can you tell us your feeling about possibility of further expanding your work upon grounding it on a mixture of data-driven approaches and physics-informed systems, and how to integrate those with reference to groundwater level? What is your view about the future and the development of this area, which I'm assuming is your main area of interest?
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for your question. Actually, based on my understanding, there are like nowadays physics-informed neural network in which you can involve the physical parameters, and also you can use the machine learning. So if I really want to expand which I want to, so if I want to expand my work, then I will definitely look into the physics-informed neural network instead of using only data-driven modeling, because in data-driven, you are only restricted to use the data that you can collect from the site. either like it's a small data or big data, but in physics inform you can actually involving the physical parameter which are controlling the groundwater response. So I think the next plan should be using the physics informed neural network.
I totally agree with you. Actually, this is also one of our research lines in both flow and chemical transport, where one of the key issues is also related not only to embed the physics, but also to fully include uncertainty associated with our conceptual understanding of the physics, because there can be several ways to represent mathematically, let's say, or to translate into a mathematical formulation a physical concept, a physical process and the concept. So we should somehow, that's at least the way I see it, we should somehow include not only the physics, but multiple representation of physics to be able to come up with a way of assessing uncertainty associated with those. And within each formulation, then, of course, we have uncertainty associated with parameters, which I'm assuming that you only peripherally touched in your work. Am I right? So in your case, my understanding is that you're not tackling completely the issue of uncertainty. Is there a reason that you didn't do that? Is it because you are at the beginning of your path? Or what do you feel about treating uncertainty in these kind of issues or settings?
Actually, it was just the beginning. So, like, I tried to explore these uncertainties and also try to incorporate in the machine learning model, but I'm still working on that thing. So maybe in near future, we might have another discussion on using those uncertainties in the model, and then we can make another presentation in next IAHR Congress.
Oh, I hope this is a promise because I'm very curious to that. No, I'm serious. I liked the work and the attitude very much that you have about this one. I'm really happy about this discussion. And what about me, Lynn? Do you have a question for Mohammed, or should we? Okay, please.
Thank you, Dr. Guadagnini. So I will just share a little bit of my feedback of your all the 4 presentations, and then also raise one question for all of you. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm from the World Bank. I'm a hydrogeologist by training, and I'm also a young professional. I just joined the World Bank for 2 years. I'm also new to the whole system, but I really enjoy working in international organizations because that helps to connect what we did in the research to the real work on the ground. And I was so fascinated by the presentations today because all your work is really practical, something that I have already see a great potential to be applied in our region. Right now, I'm working on East Africa, mainly in Kenya, Somalia, and Ethiopia. When I went there, I just was so impressed by how eagerly those people are looking for water resource. And groundwater is a very, very important resource in East Africa because they have very limited precipitation, and they are really, the settlements are sporadic. So there's and they don't have enough money to have those urban scale of a water supply system. So groundwater is their last resort to survive. So this is not just a research question, this is a survival question. And what you're providing here, like understanding the climate resilience and the climate change and groundwater recharge, and how to monitor the groundwater levels, how to remove the nitrate or other, pollutants in the groundwater, and also how to measure the soil moisture so that we can understand better about the groundwater dynamics. All those topics are really relevant. It helps the community to build their climate resilience and help them to can get access to the really clean groundwater with a limited amount of money, right? So I really encourage you to keep on going, keep your research, and even open to the private sectors or some other more application areas, so that they can really use your clever ideas to scale up. And one relevant question for you is that how you would see your research can be applied in the development world, or like, for example, if you have $100 million, how would you like to have to scale up your ideas in this poster research, or just some other research that you feel excited in the groundwater area? So I would encourage whoever had the idea, please just come in, because it's a coffee chat. We can't really sit physically, but let's just have a more casual format. Mohammed, feel free to join, but others feel free to join as well. Remember to introduce yourself before you answer the question. Thank you.
So you scared everybody, maybe.
Well, sometimes it gives the silence is some time for people to think about. I would really encourage people to think about it, even you don't have an immediate answer for now. But if, like, feel free to come in, and if not, I will then nominate people, like maybe just introduce themselves, talk a little bit on this this question, or just if you want to add something relevant on your poster, feel free as well. So we have Mohammed have just introduced himself. Luis and Graciela. Yeah, are you still here? Feel free to come in. Maybe Graciela first. Yes, go ahead.
Graciela, ¿te quieres introducir? Puedes decir algo sobre ti, tu carrera, tu profesión, qué haces ahora.
Hola, soy ingeniera en energía y ambiente. Acabo de terminar mi maestría en ciencias de la ingeniería mecánica.
Okay. Gabriela is engineer in the environmental engineer, and has just finished his master's in what your master was?
Mechanical engineering.
Mechanical engineering science. My study of master is this topic, and this study evaluates different concentration of nitrate, nitrogen of nitrate, and for this presentation only to present the hydraulic retention time it's part of my investigation. My special study or my experience is about agricultural residues, energy, renewable, appropriate technologies. Groundwater topic is new for me, but in Panama is very important because we don't have data or monitoring, monitoreo actualizado.
Updated monitoring. They don't have updated monitoring.
About groundwater, and in this particular moment, we require, or it's very important for my country, studies this transport phenomena que nos ayuden a resolver estos problemas que para nosotros son muy latentes.
This kind of research help the country to solve the problems that are very important for them and part of their everyday.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So Gabriela, I have a question to Gabriela. Gabriela, are you PhD student? ¿Eres estudiante de doctorado o es tu maestría?
Maestría, sí,
Maestría, master study, master studies. So this is a research for her master studies. Very good.
Thank you so much.
We encourage you to do PhD if you can. Yes. So over to you, Louis, if you're still here.
Yes, I'm still here. So I'm Luis, a PhD student at University of São Paulo, Brazil. I did my master also here at University of São Paulo in the same program, the hydraulic engineering and sanitation program. And I'm not quite sure how my research at this point could help some underdeveloped countries, as it is a very specific specific subjects. I mean, it's a high-tech applied to monitor soil moisture and other soil properties. But thinking about what Milian just said about the situation about African countries, and I'd like to just make a comment on also here in Brazil, we have a lot of issues with groundwater. At this point, we have a lot of groundwater abstraction for sure. We have public water uses, but we also have a lot of, I mean, major the major portion of the groundwater is abstracted for agriculture and livestock. So we have in countries as Brazil, we have to think about how to manage it. So we have a lot of stocks of groundwater. We have the Guarani aquifer system, but we have to think about it, and also take in consideration the climate change. So we have this last week we just experienced a heat wave never recorded here in the country, in the center region and in the southeastern region. And on the other hand, we have the southeast region experience extreme rainfall events. We have floods. So we have to think about how to integrate all of these problems, all of these issues, in order to make water resources available for everyone. That is the universal access. So we also have the northeastern region is a semi-arid region. Actually, a few days ago, a paper just came out saying that the arid climate was just identified in this region. So we have to put that into perspective and think how we could perform and assure that everyone in Brazil, and of course making a bridge with African countries that Milian just mentioned, and other underdeveloped countries across the world, we must think as researchers and scientists that are young, that are in information, how to be better, to integrate our scientific knowledge into these applications to solve real issues and help society. It's a comment I just wanted to make. That's it.
Thank you, Luis. Luis, can I ask a question? I'm very curious about the technology that you showed, since we were talking about its application under field conditions. So how does it work in terms of energy budget? Because I know that fiber optic, I'm not an expert in fiber optics, but there should be an energy expenditure, and then you're working with heated fiber optics. So what is the energy budget and its relation to sustainability of the technology, to its field deployment?
Yes.
We're talking about having, I'm exaggerating, okay, but you were talking about having kilometers of fiber optics.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We're talking about kilometers. And Okay, I just wanted to have your perspective on that.
Sure, sure. Actually, I mentioned kilometers, but I'm not sure if the literature points to this amount in applications using the heated fiber optics. I believe it goes to 400, 500 meters, which is also a considerable length of cable, but actually there are not plenty of studies applying this tech in the field. So we are not not yet implemented. We are still running some tests in the lab, but we have the energy issue is a problem, because in the field we cannot as remote regions we cannot provide I mean, the literature says that. I'm not sure because I didn't do it yet, but there is a problem of energizing
I'm
these.
just asking your perspective on
Yes,
that. So I'm not
sure.
asking if you did it, or I mean, just from on the basis of your knowledge and what you have done, of course, so that you can have a perspective on the, let me say, on the future of the technology, the way you see it. Okay.
Sure. Well, I believe it's quite limited. That's what I believe, because we cannot. I believe we cannot always provide the energy amount to energize, for instance, the heatable elements of the system in order to properly address what we are searching. I mean, soil moisture or thermal properties of soils. And this can be quite a challenge, considering just the exactly the energy availability in field at field scale. So I'm not sure what we are going to observe from this, but there's a challenge in there. That's what I believe.
I was just very curious about that, because maybe there can be the possibilities. Like I said, I'm not an expert in the technology that you are developing, but maybe one could use I don't know, groundwater heat, for example, or in cases where I have no idea. I'm just brainstorming with you, okay, which is also the purpose of this session. Or in cases where it is permitted, I don't know, maybe solar cells, okay, or
Yes.
so I don't know. Maybe you can be inventive in the future and find a way to make it sustainable if you think that the value of the information can be so important, which I think it is. I mean, in that case, I love it. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Luis.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
I'll think about it.
Thanks. So I don't know. I guess that we're running out of time. It's 6:30, and
Yes.
so I would say I would like to thank all of you. I would also like to thank Ingrid and Ariana for hosting us. I mean, you've been wonderful. Thank you very much. You made our life easier. I mean, in doing that, doing this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But before we finish, I would like to ask you if all the speakers can connect the camera, so we take a picture of the group of the session, and also the speakers for the next session, Emmanuel, so we can have picture of all of us already.
Come on, guys, you should smile.
We are quite a bit for next session. We are several, so you can activate your camera as well.
I took some photo during the chat, so in case we just copy paste and make it fancy.
Okay. So
but
perfect.
do it, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much, then. Thank you, Alberto. Thank you, Ariana.
Thanks to all of you. It has been a pleasure. Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Bye.
So, bye-bye.
Bye.
So now we continue with the next session, which is coastal and maritime hydraulics. So again, for those that arrived just now for this session, my name is Ingrid Silva, and I will be together with Emanuele Quaranta hosting this session. We have 11 authors presenting their posters. Each presentation will last maximum 6 minutes. And at the end of the presentation, we will have a 30 minutes coffee break with the 2 chairs of this session. Those attending are invited to write any questions you have in the Q&A. Also, the authors can write questions to each other. Before we start, I would like to briefly introduce us as the host and the chairs as well. So Emanuele Quaranta is a doctor, scientific officer at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, Ocean and Water Unit. He's a hydraulic engineer, and his research field is within the water energy food ecosystem, focusing especially on hydropower and its interference with the environment, water, wastewater, nature-based solutions, and digitalization in the water sector. Myself, I'm civil engineer with PhD in soil mechanics. My research focus internal erosion in embankment dams, mostly working with hydropower dams, but now as consultant, I also working with tailings dams, and have 6 years experience and as consultant in the Scandinavian countries and in Latin America, and also, well, a bit of the research, but not so much, unfortunately. About the chairs professor, we have Dr. Andrea Sulis, who works at the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of Cagliari in Italy. Between 2006 and 2015, he was teaching coastal dynamics and protection and doing research in river basins management and coastal morphology. Since 2016, he has been working at the Center of Environmental Science in the area of compost flow risk in coastal areas and consulting as principal senior maritime engineer. Also, we have Dr. Ali Poursambar, if I pronounce it correctly. Ali has a strong academic and professional background in civil engineering and environmental science. He has a bachelor and master's degrees in civil engineering and a PhD with a Doctor Europeus certificates from Italy. And his research has contributed to the understanding of nearshore sands, bar dynamic, and coastal morphology, which are very important for the protection of coast areas from climate change impact. So with that brief introduction, I let the chairs to continue with the session. Do we have Andrea? Okay.
Are the chairs among us?
Andrea, I just promote you as panelist, so hopefully you can. Andreas and Ali, I promote you as panelists, so maybe you can now introduce your camera.
Great. I'm there.
Yes,
okay.
perfect.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry for the delay.